It is terrifying to watch the Democratic Party just like hemorrhage its fucking base and refuse. Make no mistake, they are the idealists. Okay? They are the idealists. Okay? The liberals at the tippy top of the Democratic Party are ideologically committed to a dead movement. Neoliberalism has failed. Tacking to the right over and over again has failed. And yet, win or lose, they go, we just got to go to the right. We just got to get more racist. No lessons learned whatsoever. It does not matter to them. That is why they ran a dogshit fucking campaign, in spite all signs pointing to major flaws. How many times did I show you 30 plus polls that were conducted on separating Kamala Harris from Joe Biden on Gaza and how beneficial that would be? The margin of enthusiasm would make up for the percentage point of loss that Kamala Harris had in every single swing state, every single one, just on that issue alone. You lost 0 voters if you changed trajectory on Gaza, and you only stood to gain voters if you changed trajectory, even on the communications front. It would have been a hard thing to explain to people that you were going to be different than your administration that you're a part of. Okay? It's not being a single issue voter. There are plenty of people who are single issue voters, however, on this matter. Dear White staffers is calling for campaign workers to leak the mismanagement. Like, your ground game does not matter if the top line communication is bunk. Okay? You cannot outflank the campaign. You can't lie to people when you're door knocking and be like, no, Kamala Harris is for Medicare for all. When you're door knocking, you can't turn around and just like lie to people about what the campaign actually represents. If the campaign is saying these are our talking points, if the campaign is saying we are going to be the civility party, we're going to be the defenders of the institutions, and that's your like overall communication to voters, that's the thing that you are presenting to voters as the reason for why they must vote for you. Okay? People are not going to touch that. And last but not least, of course, one of the biggest problems was Joseph Robinette Brandon. Prem Tucker is completely right. Why vote for a diet Republican when you can vote for the real thing? Do you think it's just the Palestine situation? From what I heard, is the suburban white men that didn't show up. No, it's not just the Palestine situation. That's just another glaringly obvious flaw from the campaign that shows me and everyone else that's paying close attention that they didn't have the votes to lose, and yet they were acting like it was fine, that they could win without them, that they could win without these votes. Here's the poll on the matter, okay? In Pennsylvania, 34% of respondents said they would be more likely to vote for the Democratic nominee if the nominee vowed to withhold weapons to Israel, compared to 7% who said they would be less likely. The rest said it would make no difference. In Arizona, 35% said they'd be more likely, while 5% said they'd be less likely. And in Georgia, 39% said they'd be more likely, also compared to 5% would be less likely. Now, this doesn't mean that like 34% of people that responded that they would be more likely to vote for the Democratic Party weren't going to vote, and now they are definitely voting. That doesn't mean that at all. But in those massive fucking margins, you have to recognize that there is at least a 5 to 6% swing in your direction because the war is deeply unpopular by Americans. And it's not the only poll. There was like 30 plus issue polls that showed this reality. 30 fucking plus. Emma retweeted this. My takeaway from the results, it looks like America has shifted right a lot. Some of this has to do with the frustrations over inflation, sure, but I think there's more here. Democrats have been running campaigns the old-fashioned way, and I think we acknowledge that it's not cutting it. We raise money like crazy, mop the floor, Republicans and voter contact efforts, get out the vote, operations, advertising. We also get way more major endorsements, but at the end of the day, it barely makes a difference. Most voters get their news through social media, and on social platforms, we were getting washed. Since 2015, Republicans have been building up their infrastructure to control the airwaves, and right now they do. Their content gets more impressive. Impressions on nearly every platform. That's true. All of this stuff is true. I've been saying this. I've been ringing the alarm bells about this shit too. But you have to remember, it's not that the country is moving to the right. Please make no mistake. Okay. On every single issue poll, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. On every single issue poll, every single one, when faced with two options, mass deportation or mass amnesty wins. It's got majority approval. So why is the Democratic Party not showing that? People say trans-panic stuff is really, really good. The anti-trans messaging is really successful. It's a massive banger, okay? It's a really good way to campaign. 64% of the population think trans people are being discriminated against unfairly. It is not like it is what you see in the media. What you see in the media and what is represented in the media is not the reality on the ground. That is precisely the reason why a faceless, lifeless ballot measure that, if communicated by Democrats, would be considered a radical one, like increasing the minimum wage to $15, passes in a state like fucking Missouri. That's it. Abortion protections are massively popular in states where Democrats lose by fucking 10 points. How? I thought America wasn't progressive. I thought they hated progress. How is that possible? Perhaps it is because the Democrats are so scared for pushing. If Trump wins, there'll be efforts to blame Russia interference or Harris or Biden, etc. That's all fair, but we need to be clear-eyed that a huge swath of America likes what Trump is selling, transphobia, mass deportation. That's what he ran on, and here we are. No, dude, no. And I'll tell you, I'll give you a reason for this, okay? I'll give you a reason for this. Here's what I mean. There are tens of thousands of people in this community that voted for Kamala Harris. Do you agree with Kamala Harris's policies across the board? Do you? No, of course you don't. No. Of course you fucking don't. And there are plenty of Republicans that either aren't paying attention or don't give a fuck about any of this shit either. And they just think, oh, he's going to fix the economy. And they're dumb enough to think that that is, going to happen with Donald Trump. That's it. That's it. That's it. The idea that like everyone is hyper tuned to every single part of the campaign's messaging, and that's what they're so excited to go out and vote for Donald Trump because they all want concentration camps at the border is fucking stupid. It literally does not track with reality. It does not track with the messaging polls on this. And you'll see it. When he starts the mass deportations, you'll see how angry people get. Because one, what do I always say? Americans don't understand the policies that they're either voting for or just don't think about it at all. They just don't know how bad it's going to be. And that is a flaw on the counter messaging side from the Democratic Party. They never once communicated that all this border shit was bunk, that it was all born out of right-wing panic, hysteria. You think it's an accident that every 2 years, whenever there's a fucking midterm or a general election, there's a caravan that comes out of nowhere? They pulled that ripcord over and over again. You know they're going to do it. Show me the clip, chat. You know the one I'm talking about. 2021, when Biden started going against the anti-immigrant rhetoric. I said this. I said that this was going to be a massively consequential problem for the Democratic Party. You know the one I'm talking about. All the way back in April 2021. One of you's got to have it. What is this? When historians look back at this election, they're going to see this moment as the one that solidified the victory for Trump. Yeah, radical progressive, according to Dems, Tlaib had nearly double what Harris had for voters in Dearborn. In Dearborn, Rashida Tlaib did nearly twice as well as Kamala Harris. Speaking of Rashida Tlaib, I'm going to be having her on the broadcast on Friday, I believe. Yeah, Harris says there's not much she'd have done differently than Biden over the last 4 years. What a fucking baffling concept. Where are my linkers at? Oh, here it is, Jules Verne. Thank you. Jules Verne. Oh, here it is. Here.
Part of one of his early executive orders, Biden established a task force to locate and reunite migrant parents and children who remain separated.
This wasn't the one I was looking for,
but as of early April, the task force...
The refugee cap is still at the same levels of the Trump administration. There's so much bullshit that the Democratic Party engages with when it comes to just like the continuation of white nativist reactionary points of view and reactionary white nativist policies, especially as it pertains to criminal justice and immigration. This border crisis narrative is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are
March 15th, 2021.
absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitations as they have done. Just covering it as, many Americans are concerned that the border is turning into a pile-on with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, all you fucking want, you can go, la, 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 I don't care, they are all illegal.
This was what happened in No Kids in Cages from February 24th, 2021. The Biden administration seems to be going back to some of their promises regarding immigration reform. Anyway, the point is, a lot of people will turn around and say, Hasan, hindsight is 2020. This is not hindsight. This is foresight. This is just sight. It's not hindsight. That's copium. If you say it's hindsight, you're wrong. There are plenty of people who saw this ahead of time, myself included. Okay? And the only reason why I was there correctly pointing to this, despite the fact that I'm not fucking Alan Lichtman, nor do I have goddamn keys, is because I understand how this shit works. I've been following politics for years and years and years and years. I look at messaging polls. I look at issue polls on the matter. They are conducted on a regular fucking basis. Okay? It's not about some bunk methodology. Just understand that Americans are of two different minds on the same issue always. American voters, the median voter, believes in a sea of contradictory opinions, okay, that are sometimes directly at odds with one another. That's why when you poll people on the issue of immigration, right, 60% will say, I want mass deportation, and then 60% will say, I actually want mass amnesty. I want conditional amnesty. It's your fault for listening to a dude with a Justin Bieber haircut who's like 70 fucking years old if you thought that he had some brilliant insight into how this stuff works. I don't discount it. I mean, everyone was desperately looking for hopium. That's why a lot of like more liberal commentators, more centrist commentators were popping off in the lead up, in the build up to this fucking election cycle. But I hope that people will understand that looking for copium and looking for hope is not going to lead you down the correct path. You are going to be you are going to be deluded. Too soon to shit on the keys now. Real key heads are mourning right now, brother. I apologize. Yeah, 4 years ago, Biden got 81 million votes. Kamala Harris has 67 million votes so far. Let's just say it will even go up to 70 million. That means more than 10 million Dems voted to stay home. Stop blaming third-party voters. Yeah, Trump lost 3 million votes. Kamala Harris lost around 10 to 15 million. So do with that information what you will. Of course, the base fell out. Okay? The base fell out.
I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. Yeah. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
Nah, exile these people. Exile them. Ridicule them. I'm sorry. You should not be this comfortable. You cannot be this wrong and this comfortable at the same time. I don't care if you have a prominent position in mainstream media. No, that's fucking bullshit, man. That's bullshit. She didn't go hard enough on Israel? What the fuck? These people have allowed twice for a fucking fascist takeover of the country that has set in motion events that are creeping America towards full tilt Hitlerian politics. Okay? Twice now they have enabled this. I'm done with this shit, dude. I'm fucking done with this shit. Holy fuck. Not a shred of evidence cited. These pundits probably aren't even aware that 61% of Americans across the board support an arms embargo on Israel, and that undecided voters in key swing states were 34 to 39% more likely to vote for Harris if she supported an embargo. But we shouldn't care. We shouldn't expect these pundits to care about actual facts. They're determined to ignore the reasons for their failures and just blame everyone else in perpetuity.
Fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money, run her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird, and it was not a good
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it and whether she just felt she she did not want to.
Your loyalty.
I'm seeing a lot of blame for the far left. Oh, I really hope. I mean, look, the Democratic Party is never going to learn this lesson. I don't think that the media is going to present this as a viable alternative because they obviously still want to get fucking ad contracts to the tune of millions of dollars from these big businesses.
Yes,
But I really hope that there are normal human beings out there who recognize what is going on. To simply say that this country has shifted to the right without making an accurate assessment, without looking at actual issue polls, okay? Without accurately analyzing what the campaign's failures were, and then claiming that the Democrats' fault is that they didn't go hard right enough is insane. That is so insane. If you go right, the Republicans will go even further right. They always have been able to outflank the Democratic Party on this stuff. And the question still remains, even if that was a successful message that won the election for you, do you really think that this is a good idea? Now, obviously, it wasn't successful regardless, so we don't even have to entertain that hypothetical. But if you were to entertain that hypothetical, even for a brief moment, if Kamala Harris was able to say, I'm the real border person, I'm going to fucking kill all the migrants myself. Don't trust Donald Trump. He's not serious enough about killing migrants and deporting them. I'm the real migrant killer. Do you actually want the Democratic Party to be the migrant mutilator party? Is that the smart thing to do? Even if that was a successful message, is that the future that we want to build for the United States of America? This is shocking. Whether the country went right or whether the Dems just ignored the population and wasn't focused on the issues, the solution is the same: message better and offer voters something. Yes. What do you think of Brace Belden's theory that a lot of people lost their minds completely sometime around 2020? I agree. I really do. The idea that like Kamala Harris wasn't pro-Israel enough, and the notion that like Jewish American voters only care about Israel is so fucking idiotic. 79% of Jews voted for Kamala Harris. 79%. And Kamala Harris was incredibly committed to Israel. It was the 9th priority for American Jews out of the top 10 priorities. 9th. Israel was the 9th priority. Why the fuck would it be number 1? They're literally American, okay? This argument is unironically the woke version of dual loyalty. Like liberals, because they get away with this when they're pro-Israel, say the most unhinged anti-Semitic shit. They're like, yeah, you know these Jews, they have dual loyalty to Israel. That's the one thing that they care about. It's like, no, that's not true. That's not fucking true. What the fuck? And yeah, speaking of this, Jonathan Greenblatt, we congratulate President Donald J. Trump, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and all the candidates who won last night. We look forward to working with the incoming administration, Congress, and all elected officials in pursuit of our 111-year-old mission to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment for all. We remain steadfastly committed to that timeless mission as we fight the torrent of anti-Semitism sweeping our society. Ben Lorber says, utter depravity. According to exit polls, 80% of American Jews voted for Harris. We are waking up horrified for our country and our communities. Did misogyny and racism have a factor in this? Is a question that a lot of people are going to be asking. Okay? The reality of the matter is, of course, it plays a role. But how significant of a role it plays is up to the campaign. Kamala Harris did a pretty good job of not doing the I'm with her nonsense, something that I also said was fantastic. It was smart, right? But beyond that, you have to overcome that hurdle, right? You can't just go, up, people are too racist and too misogynistic. I guess we can't ever elect a black woman is insane. That's an insane proposition. Do you understand? That's an insane proposition. That's an incredibly racist proposition to be like, sorry, we just simply cannot have a black woman run in this country. When you got, I mean, you look at Mexico. Mexico is 98% Catholic. They elected a Jewish woman. They're more woke than we are. I wonder why that happened. Perhaps it was because people thought AMLO was very popular. And Claudia was AMLO's successor. How did that happen? Mexico elected Claudia Sheinbaum, a socialist Jewish woman. People don't give a fuck. If they believe you, if they believe that you are going to fight for them, they will vote for you. And they will reward you with votes. Okay? Over and over again. Elizabeth Slotkin defeated Mike Rogers to keep the Democratic control over critical Michigan Senate seat. At least there's that. All the takes are correct, and yet they also missed the point, says Jason Hickel. Yes, it was insane for the Democrats to think they could win by running a soulless candidate without a shred of progressive policy vision, pursuing endorsements from neocon war hawks everybody hates, while arming and funding a genocide and belittling crushing those who have enough morality to protest it. It is enraging that Democrats are so smug and blind to this. But these are just all symptoms. The deeper reality is that liberalism has failed. Liberalism is dead, and people urgently need to wake up to this fact and respond accordingly. It is a defunct ideology that cannot offer any meaningful solutions to our social and ecological crises, and it must be abandoned. I 100% agree with this. Liberalism has been an overt failure, and we are watching the failures of liberalism unfold in Europe as well. Our European allies are also going through that exact same problem right now. You have the rise of the fascist right in Germany with AfD. You have the rise of the fascist right in France. You have the rise of the fascist right everywhere in Europe. Liberalism is bringing about a damning wave of fascism. We have to wake the fuck up. If you do not provide adequate solutions and make a compelling case as to how you are going to earnestly fight to get those solutions passed to the material harm that everyone in the Western world in the working class is experiencing, you are going to let fascism win. And that is precisely what the Democrats are doing. Democrats have proven over and over again that they cannot accept even basic steps like public health care, affordable housing, and a public job guarantee, things that would dramatically improve the material, social, and political conditions of the working classes. And they cannot accept a public finance strategy that would steer production away from fossil fuels and towards green transition to give us a shot at a livable future. Why? Because these things run against the objectives of capital accumulation. And for liberals, capital is sacrosanct. They will do whatever it takes to ensure elite accumulation. It is their only consistent commitment. At home, they suppress and demonize progressive and socialist tendencies. Abroad, they engage in endless wars and violence to suppress input prices in the global south and prevent any possibility of sovereign economic development. The Democrats have done all of this purposely and knowingly for my whole life, not as some kind of mistake, but in full consciousness that it is in the interests of capital. This is why we say it is two sides of the same fucking coin. Okay? This does not mean that there are severe differences. One side is bouldering towards fascism, but the other side is absolutely allowing said fascism to win. Here is David Sirota's assessment from 1938. FDR's warning. The year before a fulminating Nazi rally in a packed Madison Square Garden in New York, FDR warned that the global rise of fascism was the result of democratic governments doing the opposite of the New Deal and protecting an economic status quo, enriching a tiny handful at the expense of everyone else. Democracy has disappeared in several other great nations, not because the people of those nations dislike democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment. They'd grown tired of insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and government weakness through lack of leadership. He said in a 1938 radio address, finally, in desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in the hope of getting something to eat. That is what is going on in the United States of America right now. That is what is going on in every Western nation that has seen a major, major growth in fascist movements, a rise of the fascist right, people who are overtly, openly white nationalist. In times of economic turmoil, when people are suffering, when wage growth is not outpacing inflation, when your dollar, when your take-home pay does not go the same distance as it once did, you are infinitely more susceptible, infinitely more vulnerable to right-wing propaganda. When you're angry and one side says, oh, don't be angry, the economy is rebounding, stupid, what the fuck? And the other side says, you're right to be angry. And who should you be angry at? Not the rich. Not Elon Musk, not the elites, not the billionaires. There are some good billionaires like Elon Musk. You should be angry at the fucking Mexicans. You should be angry at the undocumented migrants. You should be angry at the liberals who are putting trans people at the forefront of the campaign or whatever the fuck they're saying when they haven't done that. You should be angry at those who are weaker than you, and you should punish them. You should dominate them. And if we dominate them, then your life will get better. But their lives won't get better. Their lives will get worse. That's precisely what happened in the 4 years of the Trump administration, which, you know, due to a bunch of different circumstances, led to a literal carcass winning over Donald Trump by 42,000 votes in a couple states, but a win nonetheless. I think the other piece that liberals are not just dying, they're attacking the left on the way down. They realize right-wing movements are dominating everywhere because liberals have spent decades shitting on the left. Host of NBC's Morning Joe with Mika Brzezinski, dressed in black for the occasion, engaged in a real honest conversation about why Kamala Harris lost. A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates. They don't like each other.
Really quickly, too.
Yeah, let's do further race wars without accurately analyzing what the fuck is going on. This seems good.
Democrats need to be mature, and they need to be honest. And they need to say, yes, there's misogyny. But it's not just misogyny from white men. Mm-hmm. It's misogyny from Hispanic men.
Right.
It's misogyny from black men, things we've all been talking about, who do not want a woman leading them. Might be race issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman as president of the United States. You know, the Democratic Party, I've always found when you're sitting around talking, they love to just sort of balkanize everybody into these separate groups and say, oh, white people don't like women and black people. No, it is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and
of
with other Hispanics. You got some that don't like each other. And some of the most misogynist things I've
Nah, I'm done, dude. Nah, these guys are so they're so fucking annoying. They're looking for a comfortable narrative. And of course, the most comfortable narrative in a country like the United States of America is still going to be instilling racial animus and racial division. Okay? It's so fucking annoying. It's so goddamn annoying. How is it any different than like Fox News at this point? Notice how they never have the same fucking smoke for white men, which overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. Instead, they yell at black men, Hispanic men, Arabs on the left. Yeah, it's just disgusting. It is disgusting, and it is a dying fucking ideological movement. I said this last night. I told you, liberals are going to get real fucking racist with it. They're so one note. They're so goddamn one note. White men, 74%. 74% of white men. White women, 69%. AOC said this in 2020 and also seems very prescient looking at the results. But the ending of the story is the same no matter which man wins. America is still in a lot of trouble, warns AOC. There's a temptation to view Trump as an aberration, she says, rather than a wake-up call to the failures of the American government at large. Under a President Biden, if his life doesn't feel different, she points to a cab driver whizzing by our table. If their life doesn't feel different, she gestures to people walking by the beauty shop and Bengali Halal Grocery. If these people's lives don't actually feel different, now she's giving a stump speech over her omelet. We're done. You know how many Trumps there are in waiting? She's tired of incremental change. Bullshit little 10% tax cut, she says. I think, honestly, a lot of my dissent within the Democratic Party comes from my lived experience. It's not just that we can do better. It's that we have to be better. We're not good enough right now. It's okay to hate women as long as you put white in front of it. Yawn. I don't know which race this is from. I don't think this is the overall national race, though, the numbers that you guys presented me. Especially because I just saw fucking 69% of white women. I don't think 69% of white women by national percentages went to Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. It's got to be Georgia, right? Yeah, well, Georgia is important, though, because that is where she was supposed to have that impact. That is where she was supposed to have that impact. She went into the suburbs, right? She was supposed to win over the fucking suburbs. What happened? That was what that method was for. And look at that. And I told you this as well. If white women don't break for Kamala Harris, she loses. And they didn't. Look at this for sure. Current Senate Dem overperformance compared to Harris by margins. Tester plus 13, Osborne plus 13, Klobuchar plus 11. I need you to understand something. Gallego plus 7, Brown plus 7, Allred plus 5, Rosen plus 4, Heinrich plus 4, Kim plus 4, Tim Kaine plus 3, Slotkin plus 2, Baldwin plus 2. I need you to understand something here. Kamala Harris had down ballot consequences pulling these results down. Okay? That's the other part of this. Some of these guys were very right-wing, like Tester in fucking Montana. But ultimately, unlike the top of the ticket, senators have to run issue-based campaigns. And when you are forced to run an issue-based campaign, okay, you are going to have better results. Oh. It was a Biden problem. The good news is there isn't really a Dem problem. There was a Biden problem Biden was hugely unpopular and Harris didn't break with him. Problem. Yeah. Sure, they were running in very red states and not nationally. Tester, Osborne, and Gallego all dive right on stuff that would have made lots of Democrats mad if Harris had done it. Sure, they were running in very red states and not nationally. Conversely, Osborne dived left on economics, which Harris could have done. You cannot outrun the campaign. You cannot outrun the fucking campaign. Do you understand? You cannot outflank the campaign. If the top of the ticket is saying, these are our messages, this is what we're going out with, it doesn't matter how many millions you spend in ad spend. It doesn't matter how good your ground game is, because when you're door knocking, you have to still defend the policies of the campaign. And if those policies do not address the material harm that people are experiencing, they're going to go, you didn't convince me. Okay? Coping and seething and coping. Okay, dude. Yeah, I'm coping and seething for routinely fucking screaming bloody murder about how absolutely stupid the messaging was from the top of the ticket.
And I like that he didn't actually plan to ban abortion. He just brought it back to the States.
ASU tells MSNBC she voted for Trump because she likes that he doesn't plan to ban abortion. Anyway. Good news is that Biden seems to have some really great lame duck priorities. The Biden administration is planning to rush the last of over $6 billion remaining in Ukraine security assistance out the door by Inauguration Day. And I'm going to tell you something right now. That's a must-pass bill, okay? And it will most likely pass. That is going to potentially have, according to Chuck Schumer, if Chuck Schumer is actually going to follow through on this, a bill that slaps on anti-Semitism as a hate crime for criticisms of Israel. A conflation of the criticisms of Israel as anti-Semitism into that bill. Chuck Schumer said that. He was going to do that in the lame duck and slap it onto a must-pass bill. Prison arc for Hassan Abi, baby. Let's go. Thank fuck. We really needed that. Netanyahu and Trump talked about the Iranian threat. Breaking Israeli Prime Minister office. Netanyahu spoke to President-elect Donald Trump and was among the first to call to congratulate him for his victory. The conversation was warm and cordial, and the two agreed to work together for Israel's security and discuss the Iranian threat. We should also be mad at what you have said, the DC Beltway analyst focus group hacks that do shit like muzzle wallets and tell Harris not to say we're not going back because it didn't test amazing. These people are the ones that made her sound like a robot, and why there's no passion in Democrats. People hate it. Yeah, but Kamala Harris was a blank slate. Okay? What you write on that blank slate matters. She was given a wipeout. Okay? It's so stupid. A lot of people will point to, 44% of the American voters thought that Kamala Harris was too liberal. Yes, dude. They do. It doesn't fucking matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because she's a black woman from California. Of course they're saying that, despite the fact that she kept reiterating her commitment to being as right-wing as physically possible. So at a certain point, you have to understand, like, they're going to call you a socialist or too liberal anyway. Her most successful policy was combating prices at the grocery store by effectively communicating that she was going after price gougers. That was literally her most successful policy. That is radical socialism. And the Republicans kept saying, that's radical socialism. That's Venezuela. That's Venezuela. That's Venezuela. That shit was polling after all the fucking combating, after all the fucking attacks launched against it at a higher percentage. It was polling at 83%. 83%. Americans hate Obamacare but love the Affordable Care Act. They hate Obamacare but love the fact that 26-year-olds can stay under their parents' health care. Love the fact that insurance companies cannot deny you coverage for pre-existing conditions. Stop focusing on top-line idiotic nonsense. Dive beyond the polls or the messaging data that the media is trying to represent to you to make it seem like America is far more reactionary than it actually is. I cannot comprehend how we look at this massive fucking failure. And by the way, update. Biden has now spoken to Trump and invited him to meet at the White House in the near future. Yeah, he's going to hug and kiss him. And also, Kamala Harris's speech is going to be live in 15 minutes, her concession speech. Overall, exit poll show, by the way, Kamala Harris literally lost white women again. Or wait. Yeah, across the board, 54% of women voted for Kamala Harris. Where are the white women? Let's see. 55% went to Trump again. FDR made a settlement for the working class as he was an elite that drew his power from outside the market. Those elites don't exist anymore, and the logic of the market is always to capitulate to capitalism. I don't think social democratic settlement will occur considering there is no communist counter-hegemon. Chinese are neolibs now. I agree. That I think is a dire ideological prospect. Nationally, just over half of men supported Trump and just over half of women supported Harris. That pattern was visible. Race and ethnicity, 41% of white voters went for Kamala, 57% went for Trump. Nationally, roughly 1 in 10 voters were Hispanic, a similar share as in 2020, according to early network exit polling. Harris won slight majority Hispanic voters nationally, significantly underperforming Joe Biden's 33-point margin in 2020. 33. Stop listening to these fucking idiots, okay? At a certain point, you will realize that these guys are just running on a reactionary slant. They're simple contrarians that have been far too invested in the fuck Hasanabi train for some weird reason I don't really understand. Oh. The fuck Hasanabi people are going to be more annoying now that now after Trump is in office? No. The most insufferable streamers cough. Mike from PA cough will be forced to acknowledge that Kamala will smart to pivot the center and aggressively target moderate Republicans. Guys, please. Yeah. He also owes our boy money, for the record. How much is it? Is Michael in here? Mike, are you in here? How much does he owe you? $1,500 now? What is it? How many times have you fucking owned this delusional guy? What's the total? In this thread, he shows all my correct analysis. Kamala winning means the worst people you know of will feel like complete shit. MAGA will be caught way off guard because they all think it'll be a Trump landslide. Elon will be forced to confront the fact that he simply can't buy his preferred outcome. Anti-electoral Twitter lefties will feel utterly irrelevant and powerless. People, please, you have no idea how much I need this. The most insufferable streamers, Cough, Mike from PA Cough, will be forced to acknowledge that Kamala was smart to pivot to the center and aggressively target moderate Republicans. Please. It turns out that Kamala Harris was lying when she said that Biden and Harris were working 24/7 for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Being a leftist is about being right, but too early for people to admit. October's surprise of a war with Iran could lose their election. Harris has completely fumbled by turning to the right and totally cratered her support among young people and black people. Pathetic and deserved. It's really amazing just how siloed pro-Kamala commentators are from the actual empirical data on polling error. The overwhelming evidence is that the downside risk in this election is in underestimating Trump in the actual vote. That fact is basically ignored. Here's my map as of today. I could be convinced that she holds Wisconsin, but it's irrelevant. Harris loses even with Wisconsin flipping blue. He was right. Okay? He was right. And I find it really weird that these guys are so wrong and they're not even embarrassed to be wrong. Will we have a fair assessment? To be fair to him, today admitted that you were right. The top-level data shows us something that seemed inevitable in hindsight. The country, like many others, blamed the incumbent party for inflation, and Kamala inherited that blame. I find myself disagreeing with Hasan a lot these days, but he's absolutely right that if the Democratic Party is going to chart a path in the 21st century, we need to figure out a way to compete in that space. Conservatives are dominating alternative media right now and have been for years. That is an issue that's not going away. It's beyond that. Okay? That is one aspect of this conversation. But if liberals only hyper-focus on like dominating fucking media in the podcast space, they will lose again because this problem is larger than that. Okay? Please. I have been ringing the fucking alarm bells on not only right-wing radicalization, especially amongst young men, especially on social media, but beyond that, I have consistently maintained the same position over and over again, and I hope people hear me when I say this. It is not just about having a bunch of people like me or Harry Sassans going out there and doing podcasts, okay? It's not just that. There is a major problem with the way that the Democratic Party is seen by the broader population for good reason. The Democratic Party are seen as the elite institutionalists at a time when people do not believe these institutions any longer. There is no more trust in media. There is no more trust. And by the way, that's the fault of mainstream outlets for the most part. Just remember that. Although I have a lot of trust and respect for many journalists that work in these institutions, they're fucking dropping the ball spectacularly. Okay? This decentralized space has created this massive fucking rift where people just look for their hug boxes. Okay? They look for their own hug boxes. They do not see anything outside of that at all. But there is one way to break through. And it's not just like making the best fucking possible podcast to appeal to these people. Okay? That's one part of it. But what you also have to do, is change the attitude of the Democratic Party. Okay? You have to focus on the material harms that people are experiencing, and you have to actually put up a fucking fight. Drop this bullshit with like corporate donors and corporate benefactors. If you don't do that, fascism is going to thrive, and you are slowly but surely going to lean to the right over and over again, year over year, and always refuse to comprehend like why this is happening. You're like, oh, people are too stupid to vote for us. Why don't they vote for us? Why don't they vote for us? It's because you're just simply normalizing right-wing sentiment to your base when you do that, instead of launching a fight. People are not separating your quote-unquote socialist identity and your analysis of how the DNC has been fucking up since 2016. It's one of the biggest uphill battles I've noticed when engaging with naysayers. I know. If I had never been revealed as a socialist and I simply said I'm a diehard, die-in-the-wool, vote blue no matter who type fucking Democrat, and I'm simply looking at the polls and saying like, well, it seems like people really want Medicare for all, then maybe there would be less animosity towards the things that I'm talking about. People when I kept repeating all of the failures of the Kamala Harris campaign, everybody simply said, nah, dog, the only reason why you're saying this is because you care about Gaza. Nobody else cares about Gaza. Shut the fuck up. That's why you're just cynically talking about all these other aspects of the campaign in an effort to make Kamala Harris look bad. No, it is because I did not want Donald Trump to win. And I'm sick and tired of the Democratic Party constantly fucking losing to psychopathic and genuinely unlikable fascists. It's fucking ridiculous. I care about trans people. I care about undocumented immigrants. I care about black people. I care about these marginalized communities that are going to be harmed. I care about women being able to have autonomy over their own fucking bodies. These are the things I do care about. I care about the working class. I don't want these people to get harmed under another administration that is going further and further into right-wing fascism. This was a resounding victory for the Republican Party. Honestly, I was a major naysayer. I called you cynical. I'm sorry. I was very wrong. It's okay. But remember, if you came in here early on to tell me I was wrong, okay, I do not fault you for that. There was so much communication from the top that, like, no, actually the left is fucking delusional. They're stupid. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're patently unserious people. And they're doing that right now. They're doing that in mainstream media right now. Okay? At this very moment, every fucking panel is repeating the same stupid sentiments over and over and over again, that, like, Kamala didn't tack right enough. She should attack further to the fucking right. That was a major flaw in her campaign. All this shit. Remember, the part of your brain that wanted to believe that comfortable narrative that people were pushing, and work against that. We should have accountability for people on our side that spread misinformation about polling. I don't necessarily care about that all too much. I'm more of a message person. I care about the campaign that the Democratic Party is committed to. I don't really give a shit about people not believing or believing the polls all that much. Because I think that polling being correct or polling being incorrect does not change the reality that the Democratic Party was obviously doing a fucking awful job. I actually unsubbed a couple months ago because I was so angry that with what you were saying, but you were right and I was wrong. I never thought it would be a Harris blowout, but I thought she had more support than she did. It's all good. You can subscribe again now. All of you can subscribe as well, as a matter of fact, at the top of the hour, where there is not a 3-minute ad break, but you can still subscribe regardless. Twitch Primes are free. And you can subscribe to show support if you would like to, and keep this an ad-free broadcasting experience for everyone. You can also get gifted a sub. You can use those emotes that you get from gifted subs. Where's the flex, though? I mean, I'm wearing a suit today, so. Are we cooked? I think we are. I think we are definitely not in a good situation. Let's see what the Democratic Party messaging is. Let's see what it looks like. I'm very interested to see. Yeah, viewers like you, PBS style. Viewers like you keep the editorial independence of the Hasan broadcast. By subscribing, you can show your support and help me maintain my editorial independence. Subscribe now for free with a Twitch Prime or by $6. Holy fuck. Wait, hold on. I don't know if you mentioned this, but congrats on your highest viewed broadcast at 312,000 peak concurrent viewers. Yeah. That was the other side. We didn't even get to like experience the joy of hitting those fucking markers. But yes, last night I reached 312,000 live concurrent viewers, doubling the number of the likes of, basically doubling the number of the likes of NBC News and many other news outlets. And yeah, it ultimately was not great. Yes, doubling the number of news outlets online. Yeah. I've aggregated 34 polls that show the immense popularity of the ceasefire and emphasize the positive impact the weapons embargo would have on Kamala Harris' chance of winning the election. I wish I didn't have to make this list. This was a Hasan Piker head that made this list. But I'm consistently seeing Democrats and liberals and even some progressives make the argument that this is an issue that will impact the election, often saying not enough voters care about Gaza for it to matter. I hope this comprehensive list of polls can dispel this ridiculous argument so more pressure can be applied and get a weapons embargo implemented ASAP. Split ticket data for progress conducted July 1st to July 3rd. Generic ballot found Dems had a 3+3 lead over Republicans. When told that both Republicans and Democrats agree with Israel's approach, Dems +3 lead becomes a tie. However, if the Democrats said to support an immediate ceasefire and a halt of military aid and arms sales to Israel, the lead doubles to +6, driven mainly by reaching independents and non-voters. What was interesting is I think if the Republican was said to support an immediate ceasefire and a halt to military aid and arms to Israel, the Republican also led over the Democrat. AI poll conducted. Harris' support rises from 44 to 49 if she endorsed the suspension of U.S. arms shipment until there was a ceasefire and withdrawal of forces from Gaza. About half respondents said an immediate ceasefire is very important to them. YouGov IMEU policy project conducted July 25th to 9th on swing state voters. 34% of PA voters, 35% of AR voters, 39% of Georgia voters are more likely to support the Democratic nominee if they vowed to withhold weapons to Israel. Less likely was between 5 to 7%. She's not talking yet. Why are you guys saying she's speaking? I'm speaking. Bernie popped off on the Dems, by the way. My goat. Raise your hand. God bless America. Fuck. The 18 to 34 demographic shift to me is the most startling, says global affairs columnist from the Washington Post. At the risk of painting a far too broad brush, it's an entire generation that's trending towards post-literacy. That doesn't read full articles, doesn't read books, gets its information from bits and bobs of video while scrolling. This is true not just of young people, but of course, it's reshaping the political landscape. I think that is a major issue here for sure. Here, let's speed this up. See if it catches up to real life. What the fuck is post-literacy? It just means that people don't give a fuck about reading a full article anymore, and they're just like they're slaves of the goddamn headlines and TikTok videos. Our attention spans have shortened. Okay? Yeah. The two Senate Dems to win in Trump states so far being Baldwin, a lesbian Medicare for All supporter and former opponent of the Iraq War, and Slotkin, a former CIA officer who ran ads with pics of her with George W. Bush, points towards Kamala's loss being less about ideology and more about competence. If the story was public rejection progressivism, Baldwin wouldn't have fared well. She's arguably to the left of Harris. If it was voters rejecting centrism, Slotkin wouldn't have done well. The common denominator is that they were A, experienced, B, not Biden admin members. Gallego in Arizona is another example. He's outrunning Kamala by a ton. In the state, she's lost a ton of ground. He's a past progressive who ran hard to the center like she tried to. It worked for him, but not for her. I don't think so. I think that, once again, it's issues-based for the most part when it comes to Senate runs. And when it comes down to, like, down-ballot races, they are forced to make stances on issues specifically. A lot of people definitely didn't like Joe Biden. That much remains. And a lot of people associated Kamala Harris with Joe Biden, and that was a major flaw. But I think the reality of the matter is that there are like we will never know what a more progressive message would look like in those races. That's number one. And number two, I think that overall, when you have to force your campaign around issues directly and not about like fucking civility or whatever the fuck, people are going to be more responsive to that. Yeah, also Gallego's opponent is very unlikable. That as well plays a role.
Listen.
Trainwrecks goes off on his chat for thinking their lives are going to be changed for better due to Donald Trump being elected.
Tomorrow, listen, tomorrow, your life is not changing. You're waking up.
He's doing the Hasanabi method. He's doing it, the mad lad. That is like verbatim what I've been telling Republicans in my chat. They keep saying cope and seethe.
Going to work, or you're waking up. You're picking your ass for the little dingleberry that's sticking out of your fucking ass hairs.
And what a beautiful way with words he has.
You're going to flick it on your fucking wall. That's about it. Your life is not changing. Do you understand? Your life is not changing. The only person getting rich from this is me, Aiden Ross, XQC, and he's fucking... Brother, a Canadian is getting more result from...
Okay, to be fair, that's not true. XQC is down $700,000. I'm sure that he's more than made up for it with how much cryptocurrencies went up, but like he did lose $700,000 because Divorcelli told him Kamala is a lock.
Trump winning than you as an American. How can you, normal people that are living your 9-to-5 jobs, be sitting here saying, yeah, man, fuck yeah, Trump won. Life's going to be great now. Hell yeah. Brother, I can name 10 Canadians that are benefiting from Trump winning more than you Americans. What the fuck delusional world are you living in? Tomorrow...
Do you think there's a possible future where there's a party realignment where Democrats decide they have to go further right than the Republican Party in order to win? I feel like that's the only possible strategizing the powers that be in the Democratic Party can come up with. I mean, you will never be able to outflank the Republicans. They'll just be like full-blown Hitler. I mean, they are already there, pretty much. They just haven't said that they're full-blown Hitlerian, but their policies are full-blown Hitler. So I don't know how much further right they can go. I guess like they want to kill you if you're gay, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like concentration camps, not just for the undocumented migrants, but for like undesirables, the moral degenerates, in the same way that Hitler did for like trans people, gay people. White people are not allowed to have abortions. Like that would be, I guess that is where they'll go, but they'll still go right. There's always room to go more right.
The biggest character in this race to me was not on the ballot in 2020. It was Joe Biden, in my opinion. Like Joe Biden's refusal to do what he implied he would do in 2020 and transition to a different type of generation, allow Democrats to have a broader conversation about change, allow Democrats to be freed from the status quo, is not what happened. I think it would be easier for me to say that Donald Trump completed this mass realignment among the working class if we had a universe where the Democrats had a primary, where the Democrats nominated a candidate that was based around some set of ideas, and it was not tied to this administration so clearly and the status quo. But since that is not what happened, I think it has made the Republican ability to be the agents of change so much easier that I find it the biggest thing that has happened in this race. And I think speaks to what we're saying about what's happened over the last 3 months. The place that they were in before the candidate switch happened made it such that you could run a perfect race or whatever. And you are still playing on ground that brings you to 50-50. Because the biggest thing, in my opinion, that happened was they tied themselves to an unpopular administration and with it, the status quo.
That did not represent change.
And there was a...
Yes, dude. Yes. It's 100%. Flawless campaign, by the way.
The biggest character in this race, to me, was not on the back.
Oh, here. This is the video version of Ested saying these things. Friend of the show, Ested. I specifically remember Biden saying he would run again. Why are people making this up? No, he actually alluded to being a one-term president and a transitional candidate pretty early on. because everyone was like, he's old, he's too old, he's too old. Start the steal is what I'm saying. Why the fuck haven't we started the steal yet? What happened? Is it too big to rig, folks? Are the too big to rig guys right? Were they right? They were too big to rig. Start the steal. Anyway, Donald Trump is no greater friend of the far left, which has managed to alienate historic numbers of Latinos, blacks, Asians, and Jews from the Democratic Party with absurdities like defund the police or from the river to the sea or Latinx. There is more to lose and there is to gain politically from pandering to a far left that is more represented at Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok than it is in the real world. The working class is not buying the ivory towered nonsense that the far left is selling. Some context here. Despite representing the poorest district in the country, a survey of Torres' public posts from January 2021 to October 2023 shows he mentioned Israel 236% more than he mentioned poverty. Another fun fact, in 2024, Richie Torres received more money from pro-Israel groups than any of the other 434 members of Congress, with $1.93 million in donations and super PAC support. Just so you understand. Fraudulent charlatan he is. Bro, I'm trying. They changed the Yeah, Richie Torres also was too busy. Instead of fucking campaigning and instead of getting out the vote, he spent the last 5 days leading up to the election writing letters with a congressional header to try to get me, the largest progressive content creator in North America, banned from Twitch. And he was primed to do so by a community chock full of online trolls that have been doing Gamergate style politics. That's what they were focused on in the last couple of days of the election. While I was trying to do election coverage, that's what the fuck they were focused on. Just interesting stuff to me. I feel like maybe your priorities were a little out of whack. They're doubling down on that. They think you caused Kamala to lose. Yeah. Should have been phone banking and knocking on fucking doors, you know? More doors. Yeah, but he did a lit video editing though. Worth it? Yeah, he did. He fucking clipped like 18-second increments. Yeah, reporters should ask these politicians that want swinging too far to the left means support for trans people, gay marriage, higher minimum wage. Force them to spell it out. We swung the pendulum too far to the left, Representative Richie Torres told Semaphore. We are increasingly becoming the party of college educated rather than the working class, and as a result, we are paying an electoral price for it. I hope we have a serious reckoning. Trump shouted out streamers in his speech. Do you think Kamala will mention you? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, Biden won in 2020 because of me. No, just kidding. When the Democrats win, it's in spite of me, and when the Democrats lose, it's because of me. Me. It's so fucking stupid, dude. I'm a goddamn Twitch streamer. If your fucking entire worldview is like revolving around dominating a fucking Twitch streamer, you have to literally just log out of every social media platform that you're on and just live in the real world for a second. Okay? It's actually insane. It's so goddamn delusional. Anyway, like I said, there's not a single swing state where Kamala could have won if every single Jill Stein Cornell wasn't Claudia de la Cruz vote went to her. In states where Trump won by a large margin, populist economic policies won. Paid sick leave in Nebraska and minimum wage in Missouri. Okay? Just remember the age-old adage. Americans love radical progressive measures. They just hate the fucking Democrats. There is nothing more popular in the Rust Belt, in the Sun Belt, in the Midwest, all around the nation than a faceless, lifeless, radical, quote unquote, radical ballot measure. He had no ground game. He was out fundraised. He was outspent. He was out volunteered. Voter turnout was up. Women voters showed up. Something doesn't add up. We're in blue and on territory. Great. He won, man. He won fair and fucking square. What the hell are we doing here? I'm so scared that liberals are deluding themselves into like the exact same. She lost because of misogynoir. You can see this through the dissection of the demographics. Okay, guys, Kamala Harris is a black woman. Okay, she knows this better than you all do. Why do I know she knows this? Because she never did that like, I'm a black woman, that's why you have to vote for me shit that Hillary Clinton was pulling off when she was going the I'm with her route. Okay? You have to overcome those hurdles. And she could have out-messaged on that. Not by tacking to the right, but by simply addressing the fucking problems that people were experiencing. That's it. People do not give a shit who their politician is or what their demographic background looks like. There are people who do care about that, and they're racist, and they're never going to fucking vote for her anyway, okay? They're Republicans regardless. But there are so many people who just want to believe that the Democratic Party will defend them. And if you don't put that message out there, you're not going to win. That's it. That's it. We're still waiting on Kamala Harris. Your prescription for the Democrats are just confirming your priors. Yes, they're my priors for a reason. I don't believe ascendant fascism is a law of nature. I feel the nominally left-wing party in the U.S. is paid to discipline populism, not win elections, and that is bad. For weeks, I asked any evidence Liz Cheney had naturally occurring constituency outside of MSNBC, and I was repeatedly told Shore and Dunn had super secret data that this is what the public was crying out for. You think I'm just vibing on ideology? You should see the other guys. It's all ideology all the way down. Welcome to the party. This is very important to understand. They call us idealists. We are not idealists. We are pragmatists. We are realists. Okay? The things that we advocate for are not only morally correct, but they're also good campaign measures, whether it be on Gaza, okay, separating yourself from Biden's objectively horrifying, morally unconscionable, but also deeply unpopular Israel policy was not only the morally correct thing to do, but it was also electorally successful. Do you understand? And it's not just Gaza either. There's room in the tank for every single fucking issue that the Democratic Party tacked to the center on. Okay? Every single person. Every single issue, sorry. Say you want to expand Medicare. If you're not going to do Medicare for all, say you want to expand Medicare to at least 55-year-olds. That is a fantastically popular, means-tested policy. But no, we can't do that. That's too radical. This is why I don't understand why they ever picked Tim Walz to begin with. It does not make any sense. Okay? Is that on CNN right now? I'm not going to watch CNN. I don't want him to come after me. Yeah, and here, those Medicare drug prices that are supposed to drop in 2026 will now happen under a Trump administration, which he will, of course, take credit for. And then maybe he'll be able to push J.D. Vance into a resounding success. A quick heartbreaking video of from October of Black Detroit organizers. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. Yep. Time to break from the left. Next time, Dems should try saying they'll do more crackdown on immigration than Republicans. Instead of defund the police, run a prosecutor. Talk about having a gun, wanting a strong military instead of your identity. Just some ideas. More ideas of how Dems should pivot to the middle in the wake of this loss. Offer to put a Republican in your cabinet. Find Republicans willing to be your surrogates and make them major parts of the campaign. Talk up how much you agree with Republicans on the issue in debates. If you do wind up proposing a policy like capital gains tax increase, make sure that you propose a hike smaller than proposals from other leading Democrats. Avoid making substantive concessions to the activist left on Israel. In fact, reassert Israel's right to defend itself. I guess at the end of the day, I just wish Harris hadn't said Latinx so much. What was also so nutty about it was Kamala Harris had ran against all of this in 2019 when the Democratic Party was worried about a Bernie Sanders victory in the primaries. Okay? That's the issue here. Like, that's the problem here. Do you believe the rest of the world should have something to say in the U.S. election? Yeah, it's not how that works. Bernie Sanders calling out the Democrats. Do we have a video or just a post? Oh, also, the Department of Justice are delaying their cases against Donald Trump as expected. Oh, boy.
That these cases can't go forward when Donald Trump takes office. What's interesting here is that the DOJ is moving to end them even before he takes office, citing the long-standing DOJ policy that sitting presidents can't be prosecuted. And there was some thought that maybe Special Counsel Jack Smith was going to sprint through the finish line, was going to work up until the last day, force Trump to fire him, wait till a new attorney general was appointed. But that does not appear to be the thinking inside the department. The thinking is that these cases can't go forward. There's no reasonable prospect of getting to trial within the 3 months before Donald Trump takes office. These cases are mired in legal issues that would be appealed all the way to the Supreme Court had Donald Trump lost the election. So now that he's won the election, DOJ officials are thinking that, look, there's just no room to move in these cases. And so the sensible thing to do is to figure out a way to wind them down. And it may stem from Donald Trump's lawyers filing some kind of motion or making a request saying in light of the DOJ policy, you need to drop these cases. Now, there are a few wrinkles here, one of which is that the classified documents case includes 2 other defendants who are not subject to that policy. And it's been dismissed, obviously, but that dismissal has been appealed. And the DOJ considers that ruling to be very bad law that it would like to be overturned. So that appeal may continue in some form. But the reality is that Donald Trump is not going to be a part of these cases. And what this means, I mean, we knew this, right? But just coming to grips with what this means intellectually is that Donald Trump is not likely to be held accountable on these very serious federal criminal charges that many people believe were worse than what Richard Nixon did or was accused of doing in Watergate. Now, there's no guarantee that Donald Trump would have been convicted at trial, but as Joyce Vance, our legal commentator, said to me this morning, what's not going to happen is he's not going to face a jury of his peers who would evaluate the evidence and render a verdict.
Kamala's here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Everybody
Good
calm down.
Afternoon.
Let's hear what Kamala has to
Good
say.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting, America's promise will always burn bright.
L.
As long
Look at the chat.
as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting.
Oh, they're spamming L's in the Kamala chat.
To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all.
Why is she smiling?
Look, I am so proud of the race we ran.
Lost to an
And the way we ran
fascist.
it. And the way we ran it.
Smiling.
Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing
Guys, she's smiling because there's going to be so many Republicans in the cabinet.
and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future.
She wanted all the Republicans to be in the cabinet, and she got it.
The knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is, I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while.
Angst for the 5
That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win.
What are you talking about? Win what?
The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives.
Say it!
People who had suffered great harm and great pain. And yet, found within themselves,
oh my God, please say
the
it.
strength
say it.
and the
Say
courage
that you are a small
and the
business
resolve
lover. I'm a small business.
to
You're a
take
small
the
business.
stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service.
Donald Trump said he's going to start mass deportations day one, by the way, as of this morning, according to Axios reporting.
And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Why is she laughing and smiling? Why is she laughing and smiling? I don't understand. Even Doug looks more upset about the prospect of a American fascist tomorrow. You know what I mean? She's like, yeah, I fuck shit up. I tanked this shit, dude. That's right. That's right. I came in and I fucking destroyed any hope that you might have had of combating growing fascist momentum in this country. And I'm smiling and waving away, dude. Let's go. She made hints for a run in 2028, but her political future is dead, right? Don't tell me the libs will. No. She's done. It's over. I do not believe that Kamala Harris has a singular shot in hell of running for higher office or running for the highest office ever again. Especially because Nancy Pelosi and many others in the establishment actually fucking did not like her. They didn't. They were like, she sucks. We should do an open primary. I thought it was a mistake to do an open primary because I thought like she would at least have competent people around her to like, you know, message appropriately. I was wrong. I'm sorry, but what are you saying? You wanted her to cry or what? The fuck do you mean? Demonstrate the appropriate emotion for the fucking time, okay? For the times that are ahead. You just lost to Donald Trump. You just lost to a motherfucking fascist like Donald Trump, who was already, he had lost once already. People didn't like him. He was a disliked person. And she's over here smiling and being like, yeah, that's right. Are we in imminent danger or not? Is Donald Trump a fascist or not? Can someone explain this to me? A brief history of presidential concessions. Trump has never explicitly conceded. The thing is, the Democratic Party's like talent is so deep. The bench is deep, dude. There are a lot of guys like Timothy Waltz out there, okay? Tim Waltz is not the only guy. You got Gretchen Whitmer. You even have fucking the likes of Big Boy Pritzker. You have a lot of people out there. You have Bashar, Hasan, shut the fuck up challenge. You're fucking dumb. Let me guess. You're upset that I'm telling a woman that she shouldn't be smiling in this moment, right? That's what you're tracking. Is that what it is? Oh, never mind. Why'd people happy? Okay, you're just fucking around. Anyway. So there are a lot of people in the fucking deck ready to go. People who could do populist leadership. The problem is, I think if the Democratic Party has populists that are popular, that they could actually present like a more radical, more progressive agenda that would be genuinely broadly popular and a game changer for many Americans. But Democrats also have the likes of Josh Shapiro and Pete Buttigieg. And I think the Democratic Party is going to recalculate and retriangulate and try to go back to the Pete Buttigieg in the talent pool, less than the likes of Gretchen Whitmer. That's what I foresee. They're going to go with the Newsom. Yeah, they're going to go with the Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, Shapiro route. Young, more vibrant, better communicators, certainly more charismatic than the likes of Kamala Harris, for example. But people who are still going to be seen as establishment shills with new packaging. We shall see what happens, because these next 4 years are going to be pretty important in hopefully changing the attitude within the Democratic Party, because this spectacular failure should at the very least wake up some people who still have some level of decency and some level of interest in preserving the future prospects of the American Democratic Party, maybe stopping American fascism. I don't know. It's kind of copium for sure.
The party that comes up short with the voters of this country regroups, and she seemed to do everything in her power to push the fight to the groups that Joy is talking about, who very much chose her.
Or maybe there won't be another election, so there's that reality as well. Let's look at Bernie's statement. It should come as no great surprise that the Democratic Party, which has abandoned working class people, would find the working class has abandoned them. First, it was the white working class. Now it is Latino and black workers as well. While the Democratic leadership defends the status quo, the American people are angry and want change, and they're right. Today, while the very rich are doing phenomenally well, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and we have more income and wealth inequality than ever before. Unbelievably, real inflation accounted for weekly wages for the average American worker are actually lower now than they were 50 years ago. Today, despite an explosion in technology and worker productivity, many young people will have a worse standard of living than their parents, and many of them worry that artificial intelligence and robotics will make a bad situation even worse. Today, despite spending far more per capita than other countries, we remain the only wealthy nation not to guarantee health care to all as a human right, and we pay, by far, the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We alone among major countries cannot even guarantee paid family and medical leave. We're the only one who can't do that. Today, despite strong opposition from a majority of Americans, we continue to spend billions funding the extremist Netanyahu government's all-out war against the Palestinian people, which has led to the horrific humanitarian disaster of mass malnutrition and the starvation of thousands of children. Will the big money interests and well-paid consultants who control the Democratic Party learn any real lessons from this disastrous campaign? Will they understand the pain and political alienation that tens of millions of Americans are experiencing? Do they have any ideas as to how we can take on the increasingly powerful oligarchy, which has so much economic and political power? Probably not. In the coming weeks and months, those of us concerned, he said, probably not. He's done. He's like, yeah, I've won my 84th independent Vermont senatorial run. I'm done. I'm out. In the coming weeks and months, those of us concerned with grassroots democracy and economic justice need to have some very serious political discussions. Stay tuned. Anyway, this is a surprisingly more critical statement from Bernie Sanders, who has almost always consistently towed the party line at the end, okay? And even after the race is over. So I'm a little bit shocked. Stay tuned. Bernie 2028. Yeah, dude, he's going to run at 98 years old. What use is there for saying this now, Bernie? You bend the knee every time. I understand you don't have the spine anymore, but then you redirect your political capital towards a leftist who does. Brother, this is the impact, or rather the shortcomings of entryism, okay? That's it. That's it. I grade politicians on a curve. Make no mistake. I very openly talk about this. It's not necessarily what I personally love from a political campaign, what I think is the best thing for a political campaign to do. It's more so within the limited confines of being in Congress, how far can you push it? That's it. This is why, in spite of my disagreements with Bernie Sanders time and time again, I still have tremendous respect for him. Dems will not be focusing on Gaza more after the L. They'll double down on the Zionist vote. No, I think you're wrong about that. You'll see some things coming out in the at least from certain parts of the caucus. Excuse me, entryism works incredibly well, actually. You just need to be a neoconservative. That's true. Entryism is always fantastic if you're a neocon. They will always fucking have room for you in the party. I mean, look at this. Why is this fucking loser still on television,
to a
man?
movement that is, as Claire said, an FU or a middle finger to the establishment and the elite. But there are a whole lot of women in this country, I think, who feel like collateral damage, because the truth is ProPublica has just started its extraordinary body of reporting about the fatal aspect of being pregnant in America, in Donald Trump's post-Dobbs America. And those stories won't go away. They will only become more of a flashing red light. And the truth is, right now, the conversations women have in hallways and in colleges is about what they would do if they got pregnant and didn't have access to abortion health care, or if they were pregnant in their 30s or 40s and it was not viable. Where would they go? Who would take care of them? And that is a reality, and that is behind a lot of the emotion that a lot of women, I think, and fear that men feel too today.
They have to be criticized as well. If they had shown any real opposition to Biden admin, the elections could have been much different. What you called their calculation to decide to back Biden and be silent has been a fiasco. I think that there was a mistake there for sure. I don't disagree with that. I was very openly critical of that move while it was happening, obviously. But you're never going to get someone like me to go above and beyond and only hyper focus on the likes of Bernie Sanders. Just as I do not spend an insane amount of time like yelling about fucking what Twitter leftists are saying, I'm not going to spend a whole ordeal hyper focusing on some of the people closest to my worldview that are active in American Congress. Okay? That's it. That's my calculation. You might disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. Okay? But I don't think that that is productive. I want others in Congress to come closer to Bernie's position, to come closer to AOC's position. You might disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. You know, that's your opinion. My opinion is mine. But I am always going to focus on the real fucking demons. Okay? Because the reality of the matter is, while there are a tremendous number of failures that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party has contributed to, okay, it's still, I mean, it's not even close to like what the establishment Democrats are championing. As I've stated before, if 75% of the Democratic caucus had AOC's position on Israel, this would not even be a question. This wouldn't even be a problem. They would have already passed the bill to stop weapon shipments, like with resounding success. Or they would have gotten Biden. They would have been able to pressure Biden into stopping this. So I don't want that from you, Abby. It's still a reality. The progressive movement chose to stay silent to not hurt the chances of Biden getting reelected. With the benefit of hindsight, I think it probably did the opposite and alienated the base. If there was an actual primary, it probably would have been much better. Yeah. Nice magenta suit, buddy. You think you're slick, signifying you're not being open about your right-wing grift from here on out. It's gross, but the only way it can be stopped is subscribing at the top of the hour. No ad break. You lost Kamala this election. Sorry, I'm a bit early. Had to get you. That's right. My right-wing grift is complete. I'm moving into the right-wing slant here. But yes, you can support my right-wing grift by subscribing and help me maintain my editorial independence with subscribers such as yours. Michael J. Stern. Hexa B2, thank you for the 10 gifted. CNN has a story titled Where the Harris Campaign Went Wrong. Nope, I won't read it. Harris ran a great campaign. The story should be titled Where the American People Went Wrong. Yeah, we should blame voters over and over again. I think that is going to be a successful strategy next time. Losing with some typically means winning with others and vice versa. Losing big with everyone across the board is nearly unprecedented and hard to conceive as even possible. Kamala Harris lost with every constituency. Okay? With every constituency. Red wave is an understatement. Except for plus 65-year-olds and white college women with a slight gain. Now, you need to understand. Wait, have you already addressed the 20 million less voters? It genuinely confuses me. Were people just not motivated to vote? Why is that confusing? There were two major reasons for why this happened. And I told you it was going to be depressed voter turnout regardless, because 2020 was unique because of COVID. You had universal ballot, you had universal early voting, mail-in ballots. It was much easier to vote. That's why Donald Trump made tremendous gains on his side, even though he lost, because Joe Biden had even bigger gains, right? But beyond that, there was always going to be less people voting overall. But one of the major problems with the Kamala Harris campaign is that she is slated to lose 10 to 15 million voters overall, whereas Donald Trump only lost around 3 million voters from his number in 2020. Okay? Count isn't over yet. Just in Cali, there's 7 million votes. I'm going to tell you right now, you don't want to look at those numbers. Okay? It's going to take a long time for the California votes to come in. I'm telling you right now, you are probably going to be shocked at what comes out of California. Not saying that, like, Kamala Harris is going to lose California or some shit, but simply stating that there are around 5 to 6 million, I believe, Republican voters in the state of California. This number is so large that it's larger than the number of Republican voters in like 3 red states combined. Okay? So obviously, it's impossible to make up for 5 million extra votes. 5 million extra votes that the Democrats had over the Republicans in the state of California in 2020. Having said that, however, the numbers and Trump's popularity in California will shock you. Yeah. Biden won California by 30% in 2020. Harris is leading by 17% currently, with 58% reported. Anyway. So yeah, that's another aspect of this. But what's really important is what people are not looking at. Okay, what people are looking at and what people are not looking at is very frustrating. On MSNBC, Joe Scarborough is blaming Trump's win on progressives for using pronouns. And now he's blaming anti-genocide protests on college campuses. And now Chris Matthews is saying that Democrats lost because they let in millions of migrants into the country. This rhetoric is indistinguishable from Fox News. Matthews is now saying America would only elect a woman who is more hawkish on war, as opposed to Harris, who said she wanted the most lethal military. Louise Jordan on it. But, I mean, I guess he's right, by the way. Chris Matthews is right on that, just so you know. It's just that it wouldn't be a Democrat. America is more likely to elect a woman president that is a Republican. Like more hawkish on war. Like Nikki Haley would have fucking wiped the table. Louise Jordan on MSNBC, the progressive era has to end if the Democrats want to win again. Tim Nichols of The Atlantic on MSNBC, you're going to see America AWOL as the leader of the free world. Anyway, in the upcoming days, I will have more guests on the broadcast from many different backgrounds. I already have a bunch of journalists reaching out, wanting quotes about a litany of different things that I called out. And you'll start seeing those. I gave an interview to the Wired this morning. I'm sure that'll be coming out soon. And I will have some guests on to analyze what took place. Are you free today? But yeah. Become the next 13 Keys guy? No, I'm not a fucking quack. That's the problem. Democrats and independents asked if they are more or less likely to vote for Harris if she pledges to withhold more weapons to Israel. Pennsylvania, 34% more likely, 7% less. Georgia, 39% more likely versus 5% less likely. Arizona, 35% more likely versus 5% less likely. And yeah, when I say I'm going to have interviews with people, I'm going to conduct interviews with people, I also mean people who are Trump supporters, including but not limited to Bradley Martin, maybe even FaZe Banks once again. We will also have conversations with American politicians that are on the progressive side of the Democratic Party and the frustrations that they have and what the next steps are in order to make the Democratic Party a competent fighter against Republican fascism. Okay? The grifting starts, huh? Yeah. I'm going to have Bradley Martin on to agree with him on everything. I'm just going to fucking advocate for things that I'm diametrically opposed to all of a sudden out of nowhere. Yeah. We will also talk about the many different damaging policies that the Republican Party has presented throughout this campaign. And also, we will talk about what that means for the future of America. Hasan bringing Republicans to the table? Yeah, I mean, but for now, let's look at what the fucking Democratic Party is saying.
The mandate has won the national popular vote for the first time for a Republican for the first time since 2004.
Taking down a panel of woke CNN hosts.
This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans. Fix immigration. Try to get crime under control. Try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American, the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to.
Yawn. Look, the regular old American that has been insulted and condescended to, there is some truth to that. He's the worst person to say it. The truth of that still comes from the fact that the top line messaging to regular working class Americans is that, like, stick around, things are fine. Okay. Oh, here, incredible moment of
how much success Donald Trump had with
Mike Barbaro trying to give him an off ramp from calling something racist and me being like, no, I actually mean racist.
Of voting blocks that, as Lisa, you just pointed out, Democrats had long believed.
I know, man. Friends of the show are popping off.
We're going to remain loyal to them. But why? But why?
Why did they believe that? Like, that evidence has been
we know the
clear
answer
about
to
the
that.
drop off for a long time, right? Like, we've had 2012, we've had 2016, we've had 2020. Like, we've actually had a lot of evidence to say that the demographic destiny undertone is one that is a faulty premise. The fact that they are holding on to the Obama era, in my opinion, is a racist assumption.
Yeah, 100%. The idea that like the demographics is destiny is the age-old adage that like both parties have deluded themselves into believing. Republicans believe it offensively, right? Where they say, "Oh, you want Mexicans to go and live in swing states, so they fucking vote Democrat," right? And you have that exact same principle on the Democratic Party side, where it's like, "Come on, Latinos, vote for us." The fuck? The other side is racist. And they're still running that route, not realizing that like a lot of the Hispanic population in the United States of America see themselves as white. Okay? They are firmly within the white category. They might not look white, but they vote white, okay? In increasingly larger numbers. There is no like demographics of destiny. That's why I always laugh when fucking Republicans are like, "Oh, immigrants are coming over the border to fucking vote Democrat." I'm like, what are you talking about? Look at Texas. The fuck? Look at Texas. The fuck do you mean? Part of that, and I have consistently talked about this issue. Part of that is because Latino voters in Texas, and there's so much polling on this, okay? Latino voters in the state of Texas, Hispanic voters in the state of Texas, like social safety nets. They like it across the board. Even older Latino voters want more government spending, okay? Plenty of them have revolutionary backgrounds from the countries they came from. They're union organizers. They have a leftist slant on fiscal policy, on issues that pertain to the economy. On the other hand, they also sometimes happen to be more socially conservative. So if one party, the Republican Party, just says, "Yeah, we're not going to do anything on the fiscal policy front, but we'll ham on the social conservatism," and the other party doesn't do a single damn thing about it at all and just simply goes, "Harm reduction, harm reduction, harm reduction. Those guys are racist. They'll be racist to you. Vote for us." That has been a demonstrable fucking failure for the Latino voters in Texas. And that has always been a failure. This is why I always have hyper-focused on the Texas Latino GOP outreach. The Republican Party has nationalized that at this point. Okay? If one side is saying, "Hey, you don't like abortion, you don't like the gay stuff? Okay, I got you. Yeah, we'll fuck them up." And the other side is basically saying, no, you don't understand. These guys are racist. Don't vote for them. Please vote for us instead. Without offering this base of support, any reliable ways of improving their material conditions, looking at what they're hurting on and saying, "I got you. I'm going to do more social safety nets for you. Okay, I'm going to do it for everybody and you're going to benefit from it." Then yeah, slowly but surely, Republicans are going to pick apart that base. And they have. They did it so successfully in the state of Texas. And now they're doing it everywhere else. To simply say, "Oh, it's because these guys are just uneducated," that's not enough. Okay? To simply state like, "Oh, these guys are just like too stupid." That's not enough. That's dumb as fuck. You don't win elections that way, right? You don't. Everyone's stupid. We're in America, okay? I'm fucking stupid. We're all stupid, but we all vote. And it's pretty basic stuff. That's a coherent narrative. Yeah, but nah. It's not only a coherent narrative, but I'm also giving you evidence, okay? And when the YouTube video comes out, I'm certain that my editors will place all of the fucking data points that I'm speaking to. I'm pulling this shit off the top dome. But that is the reality, okay? What is this? If Kamala ends up winning, the entire far left, the commies, tankies, the Hamas supporters, etc., need to be fucking jettisoned from the party. We don't need them to win elections. We can turn out our own base, and they are an absolute fucking cancer to be associated with. Yeah, well, this mentality, unfortunately, is broadly represented within the establishment Democrats, and that is the reason why they lost. The reason why they lost is because they hemorrhaged their base of support. Many people just simply didn't go out and vote. Why? Because they ran on harm reduction narratives. Harm reduction is not good for turnout. Okay? That's it. That's it. You cannot try to redefine the Democratic Party's base of support. If you only focus on the Liz Cheney constituency that literally does not exist, okay, then yeah, you're going to lose 14 million fucking voters. Some of them are going to take it one step further and go to the fucking right. They're going to be like, fuck this shit. I'm mad. I'm mad at the Democratic Party. They never fucking respond to my interests at all. Fuck these guys. I'm angry. At least those guys on the other side, on the Republican side, are saying I'm right to be angry. And then they're pointing my anger at something that is entirely irrelevant, you know, a red herring. Democrats picking Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders in 2020 when a map of donations looked like this is what guaranteed a Trump win in 2024. I mean, yeah, that too. The Liz Cheney part exists. It exists. That's just silly. You gotta be kidding, right? It went up 1%. Oh. It didn't, by the way. No, the Kamala Harris campaign lost more Republican voters. It actually went down by 1%. So you're not even right on that. You're literally wrong. It went down by 1%, not went up by 1%.
I'm saying that word like, I don't mean it like in a capital R way, but I mean it in
it's
like
a race-based assumption.
I mean, I think I would say lowercase racist. I would say that there is an assumption that it was a failure of imagination, that it couldn't be true.
I hear you, but I think there is a sense of like, yes, we saw this drumbeat coming. We saw that more people were identifying as Republicans in like all these polls. We saw that Democrats had moved towards the more conservative position on issues like immigration.
We saw that representation did not motivate people of color. We saw that
representation isn't enough. But at the same time,
you're saying having a black candidate.
People don't vote just on representation.
There's another half of this, though, which is that Democrats lost sight of why they were winning voters like this in the first place.
Thank you. Preach.
And
which is?
Well, one reason that I think is worth mentioning is the economy and helping working people against the establishment and corporations.
Yeah. Yeah, but hey, let's not listen. Let's not listen to these guys. Also, I hate to do this, but it's the 5 time. You're going to watch Buttfeld do victory laps with Jesse Waters.
Peaceful transition after calling everyone misogynist, racist, speciesist, fascist, convicted felon, you know. But
Isn't it funny that what they're saying is identical to what MSNBC is saying, by the way? Pay close attention to the Republican sentiment here. Important lessons to be learned.
Historians will be banned.
I already imprisoned one in my basement.
Jessica, you've had some time to reflect as well. We had some comments from you throughout the 24 hours. Where are you right now?
I am here, living unburdened by what has been and with the promise of the future. Congratulations to President-elect Donald Trump and to those of you at the table who were supportive. I think that there have been a good amount of Democrats who have understood what this was, which was not only a repudiation of the Biden administration, which Vice President Harris is part of, but the way the Democratic Party has been doing business the last 2 cycles. And a lot of the lessons that should have been learned from Hillary Clinton's loss were not learned now. And the 2020 election was an aberration election because it was a COVID one. And I think that you're right, Judge, about this being leftover from COVID, but not about people thinking about lockdowns, but about inflation. That was one of the residues of all of this, and that telling people, well, now it's 2.5%, so you should be thankful for that, is not enough when their necessities still cost more. The 70% on the wrong track, those are on almost impossible threshold to surmount. But I've been thinking about this kind of in two buckets, that we had policy failures and we had personality failures. So policy failures, I think particularly on the cost of living, inflation, and especially on the border, and that there was never a good answer for that. And I'm not saying it would be impossible to have made the gap, certainly she would never have been on top, but we could have made the gap smaller on that by just being an honest broker about what happened. What was the rationale for pulling back a lot of Trump's executive actions and not doing anything? Yep. And then on personality failures, there was a prison guard who was being interviewed this morning, voted Clinton, Biden, now Trump.
This is unacceptable.
Well,
Bernie Sanders in his career many times said immigrants coming to America were lowering wages and taking American jobs. So think about that context when reading this, and it paints quite an interesting story. That's
when
so
you
nasty.
Constantly harp on, and I am guilty of this myself, well, the college educated, well,
the Democrats need to fucking purge these freaks from their ranks. I'm sorry. If you're the type of person that looks at like populist messaging and says, no, not for me, thanks, you need to be out. You need to be cut out. You need to be excised like the aberration that you are. You are a fucking loser.
47%.
And you are the reason why the Democrats
lose. Only
lose.
32% thought he was too conservative.
And don't forget that the administration played Gigi on immigration every day from the podium and from the at the White House and Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Mayorkas said the border is closed. And you'd ask Bill Melugin, any other reporters down there with you at the border? Not a single one. And they paid a price.
And you know what? It really is to Fox's credit that Bill Melugin was down there, because nobody else was talking about it.
Yep, and Griff Jenkins, let's give him a little credit.
Yeah, Griff too.
Griff and everybody else that was down there. All right, up next, what took so long? Kamala Harris under fire for delaying her concession speech.
Do you think we still should support the Democratic Party? I mean, listen, it's just entirely dependent on what the Democratic Party does going forward. I don't have a belief that the Democratic Party is going to do anything but fucking shore up the ranks. Okay? I do think that the big Latino shift right happened after the liberals stopped using Latinx. Oh no, we got the Latinx truthers. Dijon Dickler, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Scary times ahead. Here's what Connor said. For the past year, I've been pretty vocal in my content about the state of the world, hoping to prevent what is now our reality. I saw it coming, yet I still feel numb. Escapism through humor feels like all I can provide, and maybe there's value to that, but it doesn't alleviate the hopeless feeling of not being able to do enough. I'm sorry to everyone who's hurting and afraid today. I can't imagine what it's like for some of you. To the women, trans folk, minorities, and more who look to me for an escape. I wish I could provide more, but you can't give up. There's a genocide ongoing in Gaza and the West Bank that our leaders are complacent in. We can't give up on them. We can't be quiet. For those celebrating the results, I get it. There's a solace to the ignorance that the right is providing. People I love deeply have fallen for it too. It turns hate and ignorance into safety and assurance. I just ask you continue to pay attention and learn from what's to come. What matters most is staying involved, being vocal, paying attention, and never give up. If I have kids someday, I don't want there to be any worry that I was complacent in this time, so I won't be for them, for Palestine, for the LGBT community, for everyone. I'll continue to highlight the absurdity of our world through humor and give an escape to those who need it. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Nate Schott was roasting you last night. Dude, that's my favorite thing. I welcome this a lot from people who like don't know their ass from their elbow in terms of political content and political commentary. Like, I like when people get like confident, you know what I mean, about their personal perspective. When they just have like when they just have like a pop off moment. Like, it's great. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm always, and I like Nate Schott. Always willing to talk to him about this sort of thing. Are you a cult leader? This is a cult. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we are a cult. We believe in human rights, civil liberties for all, you know, Medicare for all. Real scary cult here. You know how it is. Statement. Oh yeah, I don't even want to fucking read the Obama statement, man. The old bungler. All right, let's get back to this fucking loser.
They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up and go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids, and they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not...
Calling people Nazis and fascists where idiots lost a ton of votes. You just act like you know politics. I know. It's just weird because, like, a lot of the things that I have been railing on against the Democratic Party has been, you know, proven to be completely true. So I don't really know. I do know this. You know, maybe I'm lucky. I don't know. Maybe I just like luck into these positions, but like I'd rather be fucking correct and lucky than, I guess, be unlucky and incorrect. But overall, calling people Nazis and fascists where you idiots lost a ton of votes is fucking stupid. I think the major problem was that on the one hand, Kamala Harris at the last ditch went for the Trump is a fascist route, while simultaneously moderates see your content and say, I want no part of that, is what I'm saying. Okay, brother. You're right. The mythical moderate is out there going, actually, we shouldn't have Medicare for all. Is that, I'm going to ask you this, balls in your pit. Do you want free health care? And before you say, it ain't free, brother. Okay. It ain't fucking free, brother. I know. Okay. Do you want Medicare for all in this country? Something that every other OECD nation has been able to provide to its citizens unconditionally. Would you like that? I hope you can answer my question. The same thing happened in the 80s with Reagan. The left went far too left. The left didn't recover until Bill Clinton. What the fuck are you talking about? The left with Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton was a disastrous failure. He absolutely facilitated the destruction of the left in and of itself. Answer my question. Do you want health care? Do you think that it would be nice to have free health care provided by the government that every single other OECD nation is able to provide to its citizens unconditionally? Answer my question instead of talking about fucking Bill Clinton, Mr. Diddler himself, Jeffrey Epstein's bestie. Anyway, while you're entertaining the notion of whether you agree with fucking free healthcare or not, the reason why I'm asking you that is because there is no like moderate person or even right-wing person that when faced with those odds would go, nah, I don't want it, not for me, unless they're like so ideologically committed. Our healthcare system is broken. It needs reform. Yes. How to fix it? I have no idea. Great. Good start. Okay. I have an idea. It's called Medicare for all. It's called, you know, taxpayer funded healthcare for every single person. Instead of paying these taxes to private corporations, you can pay it to a massive fucking insurance pool in the form of your taxes. You would actually end up paying less in taxes overall. People like myself might actually end up paying more in taxes, but that's fine. I'm happy to do so, especially if we are healing this country. That's number one. Now, notice how, regardless of our political disagreements, you immediately agree with that. A lot of people do. The issue is the Democrats are not saying that. The Democrats are not presenting that as an alternative. That's the problem. And in terms of like moderates, I don't think any moderate would look to what I just had to say and turn around and go, not for me. No, thank you. There is no real, like, I'm right down fucking smack dab in the center of things type moderates. That's not a real thing. People have a litany of issues that they care about, okay? And on some of those issues, they might even be considered a radical progressive. They're not so radical after all when you adjust it to the rest of the world, right? For example, with healthcare. But it is what it is. So, scroll down. I think he said more. No, he didn't. Anyway, the other thing that I wanted to mention is calling people Nazis and fascists where you idiots lost a ton of votes. No. I think the problem is when the Democratic Party says Trump is a fascist while or Trump is garbage, while simultaneously running towards the Republican Party and parading fucking dying-the-wool fascists like Liz Cheney, saying that, like, the Republican Party is fascist and that's why we have to do their policy on the border, is something so inconsistent, so idiotic, that even the dumbest person on the fucking planet would look to that and go, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's hypocritical. What the fuck? You said the border was racist, and now you're saying you want to do the border. I don't believe you. This is another thing that I have actually yelled about quite frequently. If you were paying attention to, my criticisms of the Democratic Party even before Kamala Harris and certainly after Kamala Harris was swapped out, this was one of those things that I was frustrated with. It's not necessarily calling them fascists as a problem. It's calling them fascists while simultaneously trying to do that fascism on your own. It's not as simple as free healthcare. We're bipartisan, so there has to be compromise. Why? Bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship is idiotic. Republicans never look for bipartisan compromise when they do tax cuts. They never look for bipartisan compromise when they do deregulation. Why is it that it's always bipartisanship for the sake of it in and of itself? If there's a situation where one party is offering free healthcare and the other party is saying, nah, not for me, if you want that personally, and you said you want to fix it and you said you want it, why would you ever be like, yeah, I want bipartisan compromise? If it's something that we can afford, which we certainly can in the United States of America, why the fuck would you ever say, oh, I just want bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship? And I know you said nothing is free. I already knew that you were going to say that, which is why I presented the alternative as I presented to you that talking point before you fucking typed it out after Googling a little bit and then gave you a counter to the nothing is free. I know it's paid for by taxes. You'd be paying a lot less than you currently do for your health care. Anyway, the point is a lot of people don't actually think about policies. A lot of people don't actually think about even demanding that their elected representatives push for certain policies that they're interested in. Okay? Oh, there's also another realignment occurring in blue states that I'm actually very frustrated by. Dare I say terrified of. And that is the blue states becoming redder. That's also terrifying. Look at the ballot measures in places like California. Let's finish this dumbass.
True. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line. And we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best. That was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at the results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day
America isn't becoming more right-wing overall. It's just that they fucking hate the Democratic Party. And not enough people are going out to vote for the Democrats. That's it. There's plenty of fucking voters who had voted for the Democrats in prior elections that just simply sat this one out for a bunch of different reasons. And you can just sit there and cry over and over again about how stupid people are for not defending democracy by voting for the Democratic Party, or you can figure out how the fuck to actually win goddamn elections. Okay? Crying to the referee or crying about the ways in which crying to the referee or hold on, doors open. Doors open. Doors open. Okay. People get off the couch. California voted against abolishing slavery. Yeah. Kaya. They blame the voters instead of blaming the candidate. I know. I don't know. There is something that needs to be studied about the mind of the liberal, the mindset of the liberal that is a party loyalist that puts party above country at every step. And I find it very strange. I find it very odd. They keep losing over and over again, but they are so ideologically committed to the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is ideologically committed to neoliberalism. I think those people, just like how quickly they swapped away from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris, would most likely also be on board with whatever the fuck the Democratic Party represents. Okay? If the Democratic Party tomorrow decided to, for example, be a socialist party or socialist adjacent, like actual social democratic party, plenty of those people would be riding or dying for it. They just need someone that they feel like they're on board with. They need an in-group. Okay? Kaya, place. Anyway, let's see what the liberals are saying about
Special edition of CBS Mornings, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. That's according to our CBS News projection. Donald Trump is the first president since Grover Cleveland to be elected to non-consecutive terms. He will also become the oldest president ever sworn into office, beating President Biden's mark of 78 years old in 2021 by just a few months.
Trump needed 270 Electoral College votes to defeat Vice President Kamala Harris, and he's done it. In the end, the race was not as close as many predicted, with Trump not only beating Harris in key battleground states, but also winning the popular vote, something he's never done before.
And as we showed you at the top, the former president celebrated last night at his Mar-a-Lago estate, along with family, friends, and allies. CBS News projects he will also have help in Congress. The Senate has flipped to Republican control. The House is still a toss-up, and of course, he has a conservative majority on the Supreme Court as well.
Well, Tony DeCopel had a late night and an early morning covering all of this for us. He's across from Mar-a-Lago. He's in West Palm Beach this morning. Tony, good evening, good morning. What can you tell us? What is the latest there?
Gail, you and me both. What a late night and what a moment in American history, really a wow moment in American history. One of the greatest comebacks in political history, as many people put it to me last night. Think about this. A twice impeached, 4 times indicted, once convicted candidate now appears, or is at this point, the president-elect of the United States for a second time. And inside that Trump watch party headquarters, I noticed the first bubbles of excitement, of exuberance around 9 p.m. There was dancing full on the floor by 11 p.m. And after the network started projecting Pennsylvania and then Wisconsin in Donald Trump's favor, pure joy from his supporters. I asked people to summarize how they were feeling in one word. I got one person telling me fantastic, another relieved, still another vindicated. And then, of course, they heard from the now president-elect himself.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear.
Dude, I feel like am I crazy? Am I being a little too crazy here? I feel like they're like the media is like kind of celebratory of the situation. Like it almost feels like there's an air of excitement that like, oh, Trump is back, ratings are back, we're doing it. Like we're gonna do the damn thing. We're gonna get the fucking ratings. But yeah, you have these people with the wrong positions. I don't know how you see this and think the answer is she didn't run left enough. Let me address that real quick, actually. This is important for people to understand. When you look at this and you think, oh my God, the broader electorate has shifted right, you are not understanding that there are tens of millions of voters that voted in the prior election for the Democratic Party that is just simply sitting this one out. They felt like they were written off. Okay? They just didn't vote. The campaign didn't reach them. The campaign abandoned them. Sometimes openly said, we don't want you. We want Liz Cheney. We want the suburbs. Okay? You have to understand. That's why it looks this way. This is simply an abject failure of the Democratic Party. That's all this shows. Okay? I kind of regret this point. My point is not really that she shouldn't have gone left per se, is that this country is big and crazy and the answers are not as simple as being more left or more right. No, it is the answer. The answer is address the problems that people are experiencing. Okay? Address the fucking problems that people are experiencing. If you do that, then they'll come out and vote for you. Yeah, this can be very misleading. Yusuf Munayr, poli-sci PhD, says, the shift isn't about Trump growing his totals as much as the fact that some 15 million people who voted for Biden in 2020 didn't vote this time. About 155 million votes were cast in 2020, 137 million in 2024. Where did they go and why? That's it. And even in the Biden camp, even in the Biden race, the problem was that Biden should have had a larger victory. But he also did not go far enough in terms of activating people, in terms of motivating people. I remember I covered it. And he barely fucking eked out a victory with 42,000 votes overall. I explained it. I said, if the base doesn't hold out in Philadelphia, in the urban areas, young voters, black voters, brown voters from across the spectrum, if they do not hold out, then if the base falls, because she made no outward communication to these constituents. She just took them for granted. She was like, oh, we have it locked down. She will lose. And she did. And that's precisely what happened. So if I can see it and I'm a fucking idiot, then how the fuck can the Democrats not see it? Are they this blinded? I go back and forth on this. Because sometimes I think they are just like beholden to corporate interests and whatnot. And then other times I talk to actual campaign staff, right? I talk to people that work on, I talk to people that work in the DC bubble. And then I realize is that no, they're just blinded. I think that they're just simply blinded. Like it's not all just ideological purity and loyalty to like third way neoliberalism across the board. It's not just about being completely captured by corporate interests. I think that plays a role, but that plays a role in the bubble. Philadelphia turnout down 10% from 2020. Detroit is down, but only 3%, so that saves Slotkin. Keela Lacey says Trump didn't win Pennsylvania. Harris lost it. The consensus from voters and organizers I talked to this week is clear. Democrats have abandoned working class voters, and it's costing them their political lives. It's class war. The focus on minority support for Trump ignores Dems leaving voters on the table. When black people are showing up for Dems, it isn't with unbridled support and unquestioning support. Maurice from Working Families Party said, Maurice Mo Mitchell, progressives and independents are the ones courting those voters, not Dems. I want more black voters asking questions in the political parties, recognizing that there is a larger and larger component of the black electorate that is persuadable. I talked about the warning signs about this. The more we move away, the more we move away, because that's just the passage of time, from the last time that the Democratic Party actually expended social and political capital to defend black people, the more younger black people are open to be convinced by the Republican Party. And it's even then, it's going to be by slim margins. But the fact that it even exists is specifically because the Democrats are not offering anything. And I don't mean offering something purely on racial boundaries, by the way. The civil rights movement is one thing. But even like offering things to young black men that you could offer to young men all across America and to young women as well. This requires you to have universality in mind when you legislate. Okay? If you don't have universality in mind when you are pushing a legislative agenda, you are going to fall short of what is necessary. If you constantly try to fucking target specific voter bases on racial boundaries, one whole day of crying is crazy. I'm not crying at all. This is the expected outcome. This is the outcome that the Democrats wanted to happen, basically. I don't know why you keep saying I've been, I don't know why people come in here and say, like, you're crying, you're crying, you're crying. But I guess I don't fault people for saying that, because they are hallucinating a different reality. They're hallucinating a reality in which, like, the Republican Party is going to be helpful for them, for example. And that's pretty funny to me, because this motherfucker is not going to help you, okay? As a matter of fact, like, unless I get fucking deported for, saying mean things about Israel, he's probably going to be more helpful to me than you, okay?
That we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Donald John Trump addressed his supporters just before 2:30 this morning, emerging to a huge round of applause after a night that seemed to break his way early and often.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Likely vice president to be J.D. Vance promised that this political comeback.
Do you think Trump won the debate in the end after the result? No, Trump lost the debate, but it doesn't fucking matter. That didn't stop people from still being like, nope, I'm still riding with him.
For the ages would now become an economic comeback for America. Trump's crowd of watch night faithful included the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Dana White, who called the apparent victory karmic vindication.
This is what happens when the machine comes after you.
Meanwhile, earlier in the night, Vice President Kamala Harris declined to address her own election night watch party at her alma mater, Howard University, leaving her campaign co-director to break the news to an already thinning crowd.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight.
A night that began with cautious optimism curdled into something else entirely after Harris was projected to lose key battleground states like North Carolina and Georgia.
Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead.
Georgia, where Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger called the race for Trump before 11 p.m., even as the former president still faces felony charges there for his alleged attempts to overturn Georgia's 2020 results. That is one of several now uncertain cases against Trump, including federal charges tied to his alleged efforts to block certification of the last presidential election. As for what now, well, he said he would fire the special counsel leading that investigation. He's also promised the mass expulsion of undocumented immigrants.
Not so funny.
On day
That
one,
part is
I will
not so
launch the
funny.
largest deportation program of criminals in American history.
Plus stepped up tariffs on foreign countries and a public health related cabinet role for former third-party candidate Robert
Also
F.
not
Kennedy
funny.
Jr., a figure
not good
known
at
for
all.
his
I gotta pee real quick. Hold
anti-vaccine
on.
rhetoric. About his famous claim to act like a dictator for a day, his first day in office, that is, well, you can expect him to greenlight more drilling for oil. But for now, as most Americans say the country has been headed in the wrong direction, there was also an appeal to unity.
Because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly.
And I'm happy to say that with me here in Florida is our tireless CBS News campaign reporter, Olivier Rinaldi. Olivier, you have one of the hardest jobs on the campaign. You've been following Donald Trump from the very beginning, been to more rallies than I'd say anybody, particularly on the CBS team. You're in a unique position to answer the question on a lot of people's minds right now, which is, how did he do this?
Well, they pulled this off with their signature ground game. This is something that started back in Iowa, and it's different than anything we had seen before. The Trump campaign had really deputized people that were their super fans. These were Trump loyalists. These were people that were volunteers that essentially were tasked with going door to door within their communities. And if they reached 10 voters and were able to get them to turn out for Trump, they were given a reward, whether that be a T-shirt, whether that be a hat. The next tier that they would then, if they got 24 voters, they would get expedited entry into a rally. If they got 45 voters, they would get a specific hat, a Trump team captain hat. I would see those when I would go to separate rallies all across the country, these signature white hats. So by doing that, they were really able to tap into local communities using people they know were Trump faithful voters. And by that, they were able to get to those low propensity voters, people that wouldn't typically turn out in a normal election, but able to really galvanize that vote, get them to turn out. And that's where you see that.
I don't think that was like the door knocking pyramid scheme wasn't the most successful method of turnout. I think the successful method of turnout stemmed from that was a part of it for sure, but he did this in fucking 2016 as well. Like, he did this in 2016 as well. He just went to like remember something I told you when we were looking at Donald Trump trying to win like the Amish vote, which was really funny. Scott Presler like might be going to jail, but one thing that I told you back then was he wants to win. He will literally go to he will go anywhere if he thinks he can get 10 fucking votes. All right. He'll go anywhere if he thinks he can get 20 fucking votes. That was why, as the New York Times is reporting, he even did this. Both campaigns are digging through the troves of data to find these crucial Americans. They both think many are younger, black, or Latino. The Harris team is also eyeing white college-educated women. The last-ditch hunt. This article showed that Donald Trump went to a Palestinian restaurant specifically because they found out that like any sort of mention of Israel-Palestine that didn't immediately automatically favor Israel was able to captivate a shit ton of undecideds. Not just Arabs, by the way, just undecideds in general. Tom Suozzi, who scraped by Tuesday, Democrats have to stop pandering to the far left. I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but I don't think biological boys should be playing in girls' sports. He added, Democrats aren't saying that, and they should be. Yeah, no, that's the resounding message here. Dude, there are no more minorities left to shit on, brother. At that point, there is like no one left. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's your takeaway from this, is the fucking trans people thing. Like, they are, I'm sorry, dude. They are no different than the unhinged Republicans who look at the unhinged Republicans. By the way, I told this to my trans community already that they were going to do this inevitably. Okay. When you don't want to take a look at the larger problem within the party, when you don't want to question your ideological commitment to just refusing to even recognize material solutions to people's problems, okay, in the form of progressive economic policy, populist economic policy. If you are choosing to officially not look at that at all, then you don't have any avenues left. They're just going down the fucking carousel. They're literally going off one marginalized group after the other. They're like, okay, let's cast aside immigrants. Okay, fuck them. YOLO. We did that this election. Wasn't enough. Must be the trans people. Fuck them too. It's so stupid. When you have incredibly popular governors in red states that are unequivocally pro-trans rights, that just say, no, this shit sucks. Don't even bring it up. I don't care. They're your neighbors. They're our children too. They're God's children. Fuck you. You know, stay out of their own damn business. Mind your business. Who is this Nicholas Fandos? What do you mean? He's a New York Times political correspondent for New York Times Metro. He's interviewing Tom Suozzi. I believe he's the Long Island guy. One thing that I also have to say here, one thing that I have to remind people here is that, like, there is genuinely a commitment from the Democratic Party that, like, they are duped by Republican messaging. Like, they believe it too. Just like we talked about the demographics of destiny narratives, right? Which are inherently racist, no matter who is pushing it, right? They also believed in the lies that the Republicans were fucking committed to. Like, for example, when they chose Tim Walz and the Republicans were like, aha, you fucked up big time. Nobody wants a loony like Tim Walz, the radical socialist. Only person with a positive approval rating in the race, by the way. J.D. Vance, underwater. Donald Trump, underwater. Kamala Harris, underwater. Tim Walz, the only person with a positive approval rating in the race. They believe their own lies. The Republicans do believe their own lies. They do legitimately think that, like, yeah, you're right. A popular progressive guy is going to be viewed as a radical loony by the broader electorate. That's what they think. Meanwhile, that's not how the electorate views it at all. But it doesn't matter because the Democrats hear that and they also believe it. So then they tell Tim Walz to shut the fuck up. The consulting class needs to be completely ripped apart and rebuilt. They are far too invested in certain narratives that they believe. It is wild that they believe children's sport is a top concern for voters. I know. They see one messaging poll and they go, oh, that's it. We got to kill trans people. Fucking insane. But they did that shit with undocumented immigrants too. They don't look at the second thing that's polled in any of those messaging polls. Okay? That's what's so frustrating about it. They see the top line. They see the headline. The headline says 60% of Americans want mass deportation. They go, oh my God, we got to do mass deportation. They never look at the second fucking line right underneath it that says 64% of Americans want conditional amnesty for all migrants. They never look at that. They look at 60% of Americans think that trans women should not participate in sports that they're, you know, in sports alongside cis women, right? They never look at the second line in that goddamn same exact fucking poll that says 64% of Americans believe trans people are disproportionately targeted. There's a lot of bigotry towards trans people. They never do that. So when they don't look at the second line on those polls, okay? When they don't look at the second line on those polls and they only respond to the first line, they end up normalizing this position amongst their own base. They start scaring their base into believing that, yeah, we got to go more right wing. We got to go more right wing. It's so stupid. You're playing on enemy territory for no fucking reason. Launch a counterattack. Instead of going into your enemy's waters and trying to beat them at their own game. You'll never win there, okay? You're a joke, man. GG making money from morons.
Rural vote really skyrocketing in this election.
Olivia, I knew the election was going in a direction that was positive for Donald Trump when you told me that you were hearing from inside the campaign and they were looking at the exit polls, quote, gleefully. It certainly ended up that way for him last night. And thank you so much for your work this campaign season. You can now rest, I can say.
Thank you. Let's dive into the latest number.
I've never given Hasan a cent, and I watch him 8 hours a day for like 3 years straight, Law. Well, now is your time to subscribe to change that if you would like to do so. Twitch Prime is free. Or you can subscribe for $6. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. It can happen. It can happen for you. You can use the emotes. You know?
And what they reveal about the race and what's next for the next 4 years. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki's right here at the big board. A very long night. I remember in the beginning we said we might not know results for the night or it maybe even through Saturday, but here we are with a decisive win for Donald Trump. Break down what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all remember 2020 and the timing. It certainly went faster. Well, you could see here in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, those are the battleground states that have already been called. Trump is sweeping them so far with a few more still to be decided. Obviously, he's the president-elect no matter what. Going in Pennsylvania, and I can show you, though, where Trump has won the state by about 2 points. I think the way to sum up what he did in Pennsylvania and across all those battleground states is blue-collar voters and a more diverse coalition of blue-collar voters than we've seen in the past. Because you see here around like where Scranton is, you see it's blue, but Donald Trump made big steps forward here in that county. He barely lost it this time. He lost it by almost 10 last time. And then there's a number of small cities and mid-sized cities here in Pennsylvania, places like Reading, places like Allentown, with very large Hispanic populations, working-class Hispanic populations. And in all of those places, Trump has made some very significant gains here.
What happened with all the independents? Because there was that whole thing, everyone's going to fight for a tiny sliver, the Haley Republicans. What's going to happen with those kind of independents? What happened?
Yeah, I can show you again. We'll stick in Pennsylvania, but this could apply elsewhere. Democrats were really looking at the suburbs in particular, right outside Philadelphia. They thought there'd be a women's vote, an extra women's vote, extra independent vote. And I'll show you, here's an example like Montgomery County. This is a huge suburban county. And hey, Harris won it. But let's just compare it to what happened here in 2020. Joe Biden won this by even more. And in Democratic expectations coming into tonight in a place like Montgomery County was to win by an even bigger margin than Joe Biden had. They didn't even hit that number. Trump improved here.
Let's talk about the blue states, because there are some crazy results that came out of these. You look at New York and you look at Illinois. Those were clear wins for Harris, but there are some Trump numbers in there that are surprising.
Yeah, I did some double takes when I looked at some of these states. Let's go up to New York, and it remains a blue state here. Kamala Harris wins it. But just check out what New York looked like 4 years ago and typically looks like. Joe Biden won this by 23 points. Trump basically cuts that in half. He did something like that in New Jersey as well, in Illinois. And just to show you what that means nationally, he doesn't pick up any electoral votes because he didn't win those states. But here's what the national popular vote looks like right now. Trump is winning this by more than 5 million votes.
Trump has literally been saying all year that hundreds of thousands of immigrants are murdering Americans every year. And I don't think I've ever heard a single Democrat say, actually, no, they're not. Yeah. The only thing I've heard from the Democrats is not saying that, but basically agreeing with it on principle and advancing like advancing right-wing border bills and saying that they're going to be prosecuting the transnational gangs themselves.
Still a lot to be tallied, but Trump is in very good position now to actually win the popular vote.
Will you show us Illinois, too? Because something there happened as well.
Look at this. Still some votes to come, but my goodness, a 4-point lead here for Harris with over 90% in. She's going to win the state, but wow. 17 points was Joe Biden's margin here 4 years ago.
What about Hillary? I was just thinking about the gender gap everyone's been talking about. Okay,
so go back to 2016, same thing here. 17 points for Clinton, 17 for Biden. And just look at that shift towards Donald Trump. Again, he doesn't pick up any more electoral votes. But in terms of the national popular vote, this does something very different than this.
And what's still outstanding? What are we still waiting for?
Yeah, so we're still waiting for some of those battleground states. I think the one that may be the most imminent is Michigan. We'll check in there. You see, Trump is leading by more than 100,000 votes. If Harris is going to reverse that, it's going to come out of where Detroit is here, Wayne County. But I can tell you that's a heck of a hill for her to climb there in Michigan. And then we've got Nevada, Arizona. They're just very slow counting states, but to show you what they look like, Trump there about
Leading,
2/3 in Arizona. Look at Nevada. Let's go up to Nevada, get that working. We got more than 90% in. Trump's ahead by 5 points there. No Republican has won out there in 20 years. So again, the possibility of Trump sweeping all 7 of these battleground states is very real.
A decisive win. All right, Steve, thank you so much. Craig.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch.
People on Twitter are saying they're recounting votes. Is that true? I mean, they'll probably
So
try
this
to
morning-
institute a recount, but like the vote count hasn't ended yet, and it doesn't even fucking matter because Donald Trump is clearing the table. Don't listen to fucking Blue and on people. I haven't seen anything like that. It's over, okay? Please. Kamala Harris already fucking conceded today.
Donald Trump is not just president-elect again. He just became $1 billion richer, at least on paper, as social media stock DJT surging ahead of the opening bell. And just moments ago, you can see that's not all that's up. The Dow now up nearly 1,300 points. All right, let's go over and talk to our friend Harry Etten, not looking at his 401k here, but looking at where and how the economy played in this election.
Yeah, I wish I was $1 billion richer. Look, James Carville said it best. It's the economy, stupid. And take a look at how folks felt about the condition of the nation's economy. 67% of voters said not good or poor. Awfully difficult to win when that 67%. And how did those 67% of voters vote in this election? We see, look at this march. Yeah, you can't win. I mean, look at that. Donald Trump, what is that? That's a 40-point margin among those who said that the economy was not good or poor, and that was the vast majority of voters. Now, I want to dig in a little bit deeper. I want to look at Latino voters and what they said was the most important issue for them. Look at this. 40% of Latino voters said the economy was their number one issue. And how did they vote? Those who said the economy was the top issue? We can see that they overwhelmingly by a 2-to-1 margin chose Donald Trump. We know from the exit polls that Latino voters, there was less support for Kamala Harris than any Democratic nominee on record since we started conducting exit polls in the early 70s.
When people say the economy is their number one priority, they're not just talking about the consumer price index, for the record, or they're not just talking about things that you, not even the CPI, but like the things that you would normally consider as like top of the line shit. They're talking about housing costs as well. They're talking about healthcare costs as well. They're talking about the affordability of everything. And a lot of people simply look at like, I don't know, gas prices and say, oh, well, gas prices are up or gas prices are down. Like, I don't understand. It's like, no, it is a much larger problem than that. That CPI, all of that is baked in the core CPI. I know, but it's not necessarily just inflation, right? It's not just inflation, because a lot of these people are like, why are prices not going down? Not understanding that would not be inflation. Inflation, the rate of inflation adjusting or rebounding means that prices are still going up. It's just not supposed to be. It's now going to be outpaced by wages growing, and therefore things are more seemingly affordable. But most people don't recognize that. And if your anger or your resentment is simply to be like, oh, you fool, you do not understand, like, inflation is actually under control. What the fuck? You fail to consider that even though the situation is seemingly getting better in comparison to where it began in 2020, these people were upset about the economy in 2016. It is the same exact resentment that has been left unanswered by the Democrats. This is the major point that I tried to make over and over again. I was like, listen, the reason why people were frustrated with the Democratic Party and took a shot with Donald Trump in 2016 is because they were still hurting. They were still fucking hurting. And if you don't address that and you think, well, you're stupid, you don't understand, the economy is rebounding, right? Then you're still not addressing it. You're still not addressing it at all.
70s, and I think the economy had a lot to do with it.
Just those two numbers at the beginning, how people rated the economy and how people who rated the economy voted. If you only knew that, you probably could have predicted the outcome of the election.
It turns out it is the economy, stupid.
All right, Harry, thank you very much. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly now at the Magic Wall to find out how and where these sentiments on the economy play the most.
What's so fascinating about this, we've all heard Democrats very frustrated because when you look at the top line macroeconomic numbers, there's every reason for somebody to feel good about the economy. Why aren't people feeling it? You would hear over and over again. For months, I've been staring at Pennsylvania because despite those good top line numbers, I'm going to pull up every county here where you see darker counties. That is where cost of living is, the wages and wage growth has not kept up with cost of living. The darker the county, the more difficult it has been for the people that live in that county. Now, I see you smiling. You see what I'm doing here because when you overlap the results from last night, counties that Donald Trump did very well in, counties that Donald Trump flipped, you will be very surprised to learn that right here and right here and right here in particular, but also right here.
Wow. What? I don't understand. Wow. Shocking.
And now, I'm going to show you. This was a county that, in 2020, was the Joe Biden county. In 2024, Donald Trump flipped the county and flipped it by a sizable margin. What about Erie? This was a county that was a Joe Biden county. Back in 2020, won it narrowly. In 2024, he flipped it back into Trump's category. This was a county that was, in 2020, a Joe Biden county.
But what about the vibes? Not only the Brat vibes, not only the Brad Summer vibes, but Kamala is Brad vibes, but also, more significantly, that like the vibe session. What happened to those fucking vibes? They just ain't voting for a black woman, nothing to do with the economy. Please, no, keep repeating that over and over again. You're right. We should not. The only answer, I like that this is the wokest way to just be like, we can never run a black person or a black woman for president, you know? But you're saying it in a woke way, so it's okay, right? It's so fucking funny. Like, what's the argument? America is just too dang racist, brother. You don't understand. This is not something we can fix. We need to literally just only run white men. It's dumb. It's also incorrect. This does not mean that race and gender is not a factor in the considerations of a lot of people. That certainly is the correct assessment. It's just you're outweighing it. You are placing too much emphasis on that. Okay? Everybody, including but not limited to Kamala Harris, knew that Kamala Harris was a black woman. I guess with the exception of Donald Trump, who kept saying, like, is she even a black woman? I don't know. She just decided to be black one day. But everybody fucking knew that. Okay? She knew that too. The point is, you work within the confines, okay? You work within your limitations. You work within those hurdles. I'm not going to sit here and be like, there's no way a black woman could ever become president. It's stupid as fuck. Anybody could become president. It's just, do you have good policies or not? Are you a good, skilled orator of said policies or not? And if people are fucking upset about the economy and they want to punish the responsible party, and you are running and hugging and kissing the person that they are correctly pointing to in terms of the economy not being fixed, then yeah, you're going to get punished. And even then, there is obviously a lot of stuff that she could have done to continue picking up support from these places or from other places, like places where she has a base of support, where the Democratic Party has done well. They didn't do that, and the bottom fell out. And the reason why the bottom fell out is most importantly because not necessarily just the economy, but the reason why the bottom fell out is because she hyper-focused on the suburban white women vote, and that was a spectacular failure. Center County is the perfect example of the bottom falling out. That's where Penn State University is. Trump went there and campaigned, and it flipped the switch. Yeah. She took so many progressive voters for granted. She took those constituencies for granted, thinking they're going to come no matter what. They looked at the first polls that came out where there was strong support from the double haters, from the people that originally from the black, brown, and young voter blocks that said that they were enthusiastic about Kamala Harris as opposed to Joe Biden. And then they just never looked at it again. They were like, nope, that's it. We got it. It's in the fucking bag.
County by a pretty substantial margin, more than 6 points. In 2024, it was flipped into Donald Trump's column. This is interesting based on what Harry was just talking about. This is Berks County. You move over here into Lehigh County. These are two counties where the highest level of Hispanic vote within the state, 20 to 25% in both of these counties. While Democrats were able to hang on to Lehigh County, this margin right here in Berks County, 55% to 43.3%. It was part of that kind of string of counties in the blue-collar center of the state, outside of the collar counties, where Donald Trump improved his margin in every single one of these counties. And again, I just want to show this real quick one more time, because it's wild to look at when you get a sense of if people in Pennsylvania are frustrated about the economy. It turns out when you track where their wages were versus where the cost of living was, and you look at where the darker counties are, much of which not only Donald Trump improved on, but flipped those counties entirely, you understand not everyone was feeling it. Not everyone was feeling it in various parts around the country, but particularly in what both campaigns acknowledged was the most important state in this election, and a state where Donald Trump has, by all accounts, done better than he has in either of the prior two elections and flipped several counties that either Joe Biden wrested back control of back in 2020 or flipped, like Monroe County, the county entirely. John?
Such a good demonstration of how the economy mattered in the places that mattered most in this election. Let's now look at the right camera and also bring in our panel of experts here, starting with Matt Egan, because I got to say, investors like something this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Wall Street is starting this next Trump era with a bang. We see the Dow up more than 1,200 points. It's about 3% on track for the best day on a percentage basis in 2 years. I think part of what we are seeing is a relief rally. Investors around the world are relieved that someone has emerged here as the clear-cut winner. There were fears among CEOs and investors that this could.
Am I doing the Republican tinfoil hat wearing shit when I think Elon Musk rigged it? Yes. Yes. This is an interesting take. As in 2016, it's likely another leftist wave is on the horizon now, while the previous one stagnated into pro-status quo social democracy. Being post-2020 and post-Gaza puts a new leftist wave on much better footing. Despite everything else, this is something to look towards. In its dying breath, all the 2016 wave could produce was an endorsement of Joe Biden, rejecting the uprisings from the very same year. But I think this is largely because the left simply didn't have much to offer budding radicals. It was itself already stagnated beforehand. Now the horizons of what's possible have been broadened, and people are less concerned with just picking from a list of 20th century ideologies to have historical debates. Broad change likely isn't happening soon, but local change and mutual protection is both possible and vital. First of all, before people say accelerationism is real, you need to understand something. This isn't accelerationism. The Democrats have already accelerated. The Democrats literally did this. They lost to Donald Trump. So now we have to deal with it. And in the sea of all of this chaos, the progressive movement in this country has an opportunity to once again revitalize and try to organize against the Democratic Party. And by that, I don't mean like set up a third party or some shit. I mean, specifically organize against the establishment within the Democratic Party and try to capture more seats and more power within the Democratic Party by force. That's what I mean. But even then, it probably won't be enough, and the Democrats will fight back tooth and nail, I think.
Drag on for weeks or longer, that there could be social unrest, and that obviously would have created enormous uncertainty. But there's also an element of this that is relief that it is Trump that is the winner, because there are elements of the Trump agenda that are pro-business. Think about tax cuts, cutting red tape. That's why we've seen big bank stocks surging, because they're betting that Trump will cut regulation. That's why we're seeing crypto go straight up, and crypto and Bitcoin go straight up because of the red tape element. But market veteran Art Hogan.
Do you really think accelerationism can work? I'm not saying this is accelerationist. The Democrats accelerated by losing to Trump again. Like, look at this fucking dildo, dude. Your body, my choice forever. These fucking Nazis are celebrating this shit. Like, what do you have to say to that other than it's already accelerated? It's nothing that the left could do. It's not like the left pushed for this. I don't know how else to describe this process to you. Shit is already accelerated, and it's not the fault of the left at all.
He told me this morning that he thinks that some of this enthusiasm could actually be short-lived, because there are also elements of the Trump agenda that are not pro-business, such as getting into fights with CEOs, massive tariffs, massive deportations, and a skyrocketing deficit. For now, though, investors are not paying any attention to those negatives, or they're betting that those campaign promises are not going to become a reality. Right now, the focus is on the positives.
So I'm not saying that investors and that Art Hogan aren't real people, because they are. By definition, they're all people. But, Professor, I am curious. If you're waking up today, one of these swing states or anywhere in this country, wondering, gosh, what's going to change for me economically now that Donald Trump is going back to the White House? What should you be thinking?
So the first thing I would be thinking about is the agenda on tariffs. That is the number one issue that I think most Americans, that has the most opportunity to affect the most widespread of an American audience. And I say tariffs because, these questions about deregulation, about cutting taxes, cutting corporate taxes, and cutting taxes for the wealthy affect a very small percentage of the population just off run. The tariffs, right, we actually have numbers about how that would affect everyday Americans. I think the Economist, the Wall Street Journal, estimated about $4,000 additional dollars per year that you would be paying due to these tariffs. So if I'm an American, and I'm an average everyday American, I want to know what these tariffs are going to look like, when they're going to go into effect, how they are going to affect my bottom line, and really be worrying about that. So the real question is, will Trump actually be able to push that through? Or is that something that, say, the Republican Party decides they want to hold him on and not allow him to do?
Mark, it's interesting. Prices aren't going to go down. I mean, inflation may be stable at 2%, which is a good number for inflation, but prices aren't going to drop. And frankly, people shouldn't want prices to go down on things, because then you get into a deflationary cycle, and Matt can go on for hours about how that's not great for an economy either. But will there come a point in the next 6 months where some of these economic trends that have been positive over the last few months begin to sink in, and then who gets credit? Will it be Donald Trump because he's the guy there?
Well, he'll certainly take credit for it, as he's took credit for all the economic successes during the Biden administration. But I mean, look, this is what I think we have to really think about. We discuss the word mandate. We talk a lot about it. We're going to hear a lot about it when it comes to economic policies over the next 6 to 8 months. But this is the reality. 75% of Americans thought, or at least told us, that they faced either some kind of moderate or severe hardship because of inflation. 3/4 of Americans. How does Kamala Harris go up against those wins? Those are headwinds that are impossible to break through. But this is what is really interesting in it all. Going into the election last night, Kamala Harris had a better favorability rating than Donald Trump. So keep that in mind. Donald Trump's favorability rating was 44%. Kamala Harris's was 48%, and he still won, and won so decisively. Again, why? Because people are feeling it in their pocketbook.
Yep. And the question they want to know is, when's that going to change for me, and will Donald Trump change it quickly?
Former
President Donald Trump is projected to be the 47th president of the United States of
deserve and that you deserve.
We already seen all this
This
shit.
will truly be the goal.
Fork has the key issues on the ballot in different states. But first, Lucas Tomlinson is live at the White House with Trump's path to victory. Lucas.
Well, good morning, Brian. As Stephen J.D. Vance said adroitly, this has to be considered the greatest political comeback in history. We knew who would win. The battleground states would win this election. And, of course, it all started with Pennsylvania. Whoever won Pennsylvania, no doubt, was going to win the race. The race was called in Pennsylvania at
I'm going to have Bradley Martin on in an hour or two to talk to him about his support for Donald Trump.
19 a.m. No question, Trump's campaigning in the western part of the state recently helped move this race over the finish line. The state is the second largest producer of natural gas, and where fracking produces a majority of this country's energy, working class Americans helped move Trump over the finish line. Now let's move down to Georgia. The state was called for Trump at 12:48 a.m., a state Trump narrowly lost in 2020 and vital to his re-election win. It was in Wisconsin, let's go over there next, that put Trump over the edge, over the finish line, winning by 3 points and sealing the victory. Trump taking the blue walls of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And, of course, down in North Carolina, that was the first of the swing states that Trump won, setting a tone for the evening. The state was called for Trump at 11:43 p.m. Now, Arizona, moving out west, has not been called yet. We had been warned it would take days to count all the votes. And in Nevada, another state that has not been called for Trump
FaZe Banks and now Bradley Martin. Nah, bro. Hell yeah, brother. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to skip this. Kellyanne Conway personally thanks The View for Trump's victory. Speaking of The View, where is it? Don't we have the fucking clip from The View of Whoopi Goldberg crying? Oh, here was a brief moment. Here was a brief blip where a CNN analyst actually had a good take, which, of course, that's rare, but
this is the leftovers of the 2016 kind of mess, that there were all of these issues that the Democratic Party saw laid out very clearly in 2016 after Hillary Clinton's loss, and that rather than address
I'm going to fix this. It's not over. I'm waiting for you to fix it.
They moved and they migrated. What happened is that the pandemic, right? The pandemic came upon us, and Joe Biden happened to be the person for the pandemic. And I think they mistook that moment for a referendum on what the Democrats had to offer.
I don't think Joe Biden was the right person for the pandemic either, for the record. I think that the Democrats basically packed it up and said, fall in fucking line. Fall in line. Joe Biden is the guy.
Rather than being introspective. I'll tell you one other person who I think is going to be incredibly important, actually two other people. The first person is Bernie Sanders. One of the things that Bernie Sanders has been saying since at least 2014 has been about how the Democratic Party, if it wants to keep these coalitions, needs to talk about bread and butter issues. It needs to talk about politics. A lot of people attacked him for that, saying, well, are you saying that cultural politics don't matter? That's not what he was saying. He was saying we need to focus on these things. The other person is Stacey Abrams. We have not heard a lot from Stacey Abrams in this election cycle, but her organizations, particularly Fair Fight, the New Georgia Voter Project, and other organizations were instrumental in pulling together coalitions that ended up winning Joe Biden, Georgia in 2020, but also Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Not this time, though.
Dude, my favorite type of content right now is people being like, Hasan Piker was correct when he talked about young men being constantly flooded with right-wing propaganda in all digital spaces they spend time in. The right-wing propaganda machine is absolutely enormous and it has a grip on them. We need a solution to that like yesterday. The era of reactionary, anti-feminist, anti-immigration, racist slob content is back and way more powerful than before. Why are Gen Z men all Hitler? In a lot of ways, because of the massive media effort to make them little Hitlers. I need a million leftist men with large podcasts and streams ASAP. I don't know if I fully agree with that part of the conversation, but immediately, sure, but Hasan does nothing to make any of this better, so it's fucking ironic. Yes, I do, brother. Yes, I do. I'm sorry that your favorite content creator that goes and dunks on like fucking PUA podcasters or whatever the fuck is not actually reaching these people at all because his point of view is also inherently reactionary. You know what I mean? the argument isn't just more podcasts. The argument is also that the Democratic Party needs to change its campaign strategy in general. Okay. There were a shit ton of people who were Bernie bros that the Democratic Party ritualistically fucking cast aside and yelled at. This is my takeaway. There needs to be a liberal Ben Shapiro of 15 of them, and guys like Hasan Piker are decidedly not it, as he is leftist and shits on liberal/Dems constantly. By the way, gang, to be clear, I don't like Hasan. I don't dislike Hasan. I think he's overall a good dude. I respect the time he puts in. I just want our media people to actually cheerlead our candidates. That's a job requirement in my eyes. And Hasan instead prefers to constantly shit on our candidates. This is why you will never have the same coherent media strategy, especially on the independent side for the left. Okay? Because you don't want to fucking fall in line. I had 300,000 live concurrent viewers last night. Okay? Twitch removed me from the fucking front page. And I still had 300,000 live concurrent viewers watching the fucking election. And these guys are still like, Hasan is not the guy. Why? Because he makes correct criticisms of the Democratic Party. It's so ridiculous. You're missing the fucking point. That's why I said you can have a million Harry Hasans. It's not going to fucking hit that. It's not going to cause people to understand what's going on. It's not just about aesthetics. People just personally think it's just aesthetics. It's just aesthetics. Party loyalty above all else with ripped, jacked aesthetics is not going to fucking work. Cheerlead Lamau, the right wins because they go where their voters are and don't do this elite fucking filtering where the neoliberals never listen to their criticisms. Republicans fear their base and cater to it. Democrats hate their base and suppress it. Exactly. I'm going to tweet about this. Launching my election. My criticisms of Democratic Party's legislative agenda seems not only but also true. It's the Democrats at the top. To the concerns of their base. You hype for more accelerationism cheerleading, bud? I've never been an accelerationist nor a cheerleader for accelerationism. I want the Democrats to win. I want the Democrats to be an effective counterbalance against growing fascism in this country. Okay? I fucking hate this shit. My criticisms of Dems' legislative agenda seems not only correct, it's the Democrats at the top that don't listen to the concerns of their base. Also, what he's saying only works on the right because they exploit their base's idiocy and apathy. They don't need facts on their side. I mean, that is also another part of the problem, but that's it. Like, my criticisms of Dems' legislative agenda seems to be correct. It's the Democrats at the top that don't listen to the concerns of their base and hand wave it away. Republicans fear their base. You're catching a lot of strays with the Democratic Party's abject failure. It's just like, I don't think people understand it, and I don't think people will ever understand it. The reality of the matter is, like, a lot of people farmed the hopefuls, the Democratic Party's hopefuls, right? They did. They did. Hasan is an astroturfed Kremlin asset. Okay, this has 39 likes. Why are you showing me a schizophrenic poster with 39 likes on Twitter? That's crazy. This isn't drama time, okay? I was just trying to prove a point. The point being that immediately Hasan does nothing to make any of this better. So fucking ironic. It's stupid to say that. You know? Clarify, you mean online. Otherwise, you are going to get people clown facing. Oh, yeah. I would argue that Hasan presents as an example of masculinity on the left, whether you agree with his methods or how effective he is. I don't think it's fair to present him as doing nothing or not trying. Hasan doesn't engage with these people or these ideas on a direct level. In fact, he goes out of his way to insult anyone who doesn't agree with his politics. It's like, you're just hurt chatters who have been banned formerly. Anyway. All right, let's continue. Let's see what Ari Melber has to say.
How did Trump increase his
on
support
MSNBC
this much?
MSDNC.
He made inroads in groups that have been Democratic voters, going from about 32% of the Latino vote to 45%. That's a 13-point jump. It's a major shift reflected across the country. It was even higher in some key states where Trump campaigned. He won 50% of the Latino vote in North Carolina, 58% of it in Michigan. It's the first presidential race since abortion bans became law, but Donald Trump's coalition actually improved a bit among women, going up 3, even as he ran famously against this woman candidate. Trump is now the oldest candidate to win the White House, yet he intensely and repeatedly targeted young men and newer, younger mediums like digital media and podcasts. And he cut into the typical youth support that Democrats enjoy, improving about 6 points with voters under 30. And finally, a look at how Trump did this requires something. And it requires that we look at the entire map beyond the swing states, because what you see here in total, and obviously it's all a lot of little indicators, but when you see it in total, much of the country moved towards the GOP, including in states like New York and New Jersey. You're looking at those arrows that show counties going towards Republicans. And you'll notice very little blue in the other direction. That's how Trump's winning coalition came together. Now, why? Why did he win those and other groups over? The answer matters for understanding reality, as reality really is. And in politics, the answers that people embrace matter a lot because they shape power and how others respond for even years to come. If everyone thinks a candidate won,
the framework that percentages went up without acknowledging how many votes were lost compared to 2020 is really annoying.
Then other candidates, notice the comparison here, will mimic that as a winning strategy, just as Trump's red MAGA style is echoed right down to the red tie by his political wannabes. So politicians often claim any victory is a mandate for their entire agenda. Then the actual governing begins, and some things are harder to enact than others. So why did Trump win this election? I just told you why the answers to that matter, but why did he win based on what voters did and said? Many, many voters said their top issue was the economy. It came second only to democracy, which of course was Harris's closing message, and it handily beat abortion, as you see here. in the new numbers. Abortion was a vital issue for many, but it did not eclipse high prices and economic disruptions. And in a race that ran about 50 to 47, so pretty divided, take a look at this. 68% of voters came together on the view that this economy is poor or not so good. When you take the political question that Republicans first used against a one-term Democrat, you might remember, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Trump asked that a lot. 46% say worse off, only 24% say better, 30% about the same. That echoes numbers we've reported on before the election about how most Americans think we are on the wrong track. And while Biden and Democrats did try to talk people out of that view, the reality they felt they were living, and pitch data on inflation fading a bit, which it was, one of the most striking findings in the electorate Tuesday is not about Biden or Trump's policies. It's not some embrace of everything Trump ever said or pitched. It's an electorate reeling from the hardship of high prices and inflation to a degree that many elites may not have experienced personally or always treated as a top issue. In just the last year, so not going all the way back to COVID or 2 years ago, in the last year alone, a majority said inflation caused them hardship, 22% saying severe. If you put that together in the numbers, as we discussed in our breaking election coverage on Tuesday night, 75% of voters feel that recent hardship from inflation. And Trump won those voters. He won those who said they face severe hardship by 50 points. This trend goes well beyond the United States or Donald Trump. Voters have been booting incumbent politicians over exactly this issue, economic pain after COVID, around the world. This went on in what you could call inflation elections in democracies ranging from UK to Poland to Argentina to India to South Korea to South Africa. This has been a thing that has been well known in many places that have no Trump. So if you listen to the voters, that's the largest overriding reason. If you listen to past elections, it's an iron law of politics that incumbents are most likely to lose when the economy is bad. And there's a reason the most famous political saying in American politics still remains, it's the economy, stupid, from our friend James Carville. Those trends suggest some reasons why voters who've long disliked Trump could pick him over the incumbent party's vice president. And by the way, voters still didn't begin liking Trump more. You should know, 53% of Tuesday's voters still view Trump unfavorably. That's most voters. But 9% of that group that view him unfavorably still voted for him. That's the breadth of voters going away from Dems and to the GOP. That is real. Even though you could also read this as going away from incumbents who happen to be Democrats right now.
Stead Herndon of the New York Times is going to be on the broadcast on Friday.
Challenger who happened
Confirmed.
to be red.
Also, Rashida Tlaib separately will be on the broadcast Friday.
Trump,
Also
despite,
confirmed.
Not because of his campaign's rhetoric. The totals reflect a voting bloc that is diverse in its composition. What pollsters in the United States call Latino actually combines people with heritage from 29 different countries. And as I've told you before, they're diverse in their views. More Latino voters have begun backing stronger immigration enforcement in the last 3 years. The share backing a border wall jumped 12 points to 42%. Those views have been clear for some time. You can find that by listening to what the community tells pollsters and surveys, to what their leaders say about more support for stricter immigration controls. Now, those are just some of the big trends that come through in this election data, which is new to us, so we're learning new things together. There are other factors and nuance that I'm sure will be explored for a long time to come. But this brings me to the final section of my report for you. As many people wake up today and ask, what now? And that's not just Trump's political opponents. There are people across ideologies who have come together on backing the tenets of just trying to maintain in the United States the nonpartisan goal of the type of society that Trump has defiantly opposed: democracy, human rights, and some basic respect for fellow citizens. Not having a leader who talks in a way that would get you fired from your job or booted from a bar or worse. Well, one part of that process is, what now? Trump's Democratic opponents may have to assess their own party's shortcomings. I'm not talking about some immediate surrender to Donald Trump's worst appeals or mimicking him, but Democrats could have the same hard, factual conversations they so often demanded Republicans have about their side, especially in the last 8 years. And even with the big trends just mentioned, it is relevant when you look at the results and the reaction in the country that the Democratic Party basically spent a year shouting down legitimate questions about President Biden, held some primaries, picked the results there, the voters picked Biden, and then the party pushed him out in a rushed top-down process.
Relative to what we can do with more border
Now they're
patrol
yelling at Tim Walz as a pig, by the
asylum
way.
officers.
It was a slow start. There's no question about that. But I thought it was a strong finish.
Kind of a DEFCON 1 moment.
We have breaking news here. President Biden has announced he will stand down from the race.
That process handed Kamala Harris the shortest runway ever for a new candidate against the headwinds I just mentioned. It skipped the voting process that all prior candidates tend to go through. Democrats may find some value in exploring how they're losing ground with working people, young people, and some minorities. And even beyond the incumbent trends I mentioned, for those surprised that there is this MAGA plan and argument out there, surprised by how it sounds and what they're pitching and how it evolved and where it had appeal, well, that may come from ignoring people and information that was available. It's not a surprise to viewers of this program. As you can see here, we have been hearing from Trump's top aides, from Bannon to Navarro to Miller. We've pressed and fact-checked them according to our journalistic mission, but we've also, through that process, listened and followed their evolutions. That would be part of any informed activity in being alive and being a citizen engaging in politics. Bowing out on that, ignoring what's happening, puts you in a bubble. And bubbles are not only artificial, I can tell you bubbles usually pop. Now, whether Democrats look in the mirror or people listen more, that's really the politics, probably for the politicians. That's not the whole part of this section, though, of my report for you tonight. What now for our civil society? These 8 years of Trumpism have brought us a more divided, vulgar, cynical, and dishonest discourse in public life because of him and his apparent resilience and success. The examples are well known. I'm not going to hash through them all right now, but he attacks elections and facts. He and his party attack voting rights, your very role in your democracy. And many may recoil from these election results or want to just ditch civic engagement. That's a choice. But that's exactly what they want.
Oh, you want?
Remember, it's called voter suppression for a reason. Abandoning ship may save you, but it probably won't save the ship. History is also instructive here. In past times of unrest and talk of American fascists, remember, some of our counterculture leaders have talked about turning on, tuning in, and dropping out. And that is, of course, your choice. But maybe a better course is just taking a break, getting perspective, and locking back in. In or out of office, Donald Trump also attacks forces that have the power to possibly check him. So if you give up on voting, which obviously has that power, or you give up on the independent press, that's a pretty compliant response to someone trying to get you and the public to do just that. He has a playbook against journalists. We know across the world, politicians often try to abuse power against journalists, dissidents, artists with independence and with followings because they matter. And think about it. It's especially true when an opposition, meaning fact-checking, accountability, independent information, when it's rooted in facts or independence, it's especially powerful because it's different than the political opponents who can often be dismissed as simply competing for power of their own. We also have guardrails in terms of what now. Sometimes it's voters. Sometimes it's the law. I'm not sugarcoating history that we lived through. Donald Trump did exploit loopholes well known to many about our legal systems, that the rich and the powerful can evade laws that still bind others, that they get all kinds of special treatment, and then his Supreme Court also granted him a new set of powers he may now test. But that's only part of the story. He also was repeatedly blocked from abusing power, courts stopping his travel ban in its tracks, as you may remember. And when Trump did plunge into now proven convicted criminal plots, even though, yes, he was able to evade much for himself, his top aides were definitely held accountable, prosecuted, some imprisoned, as you see here, this very year. Trump's second-term hires could be more extreme. But remember, federal judges have life tenure. They can be a check. A president has no control over local and state courts or government in our federal system. And much of what I've said to you tonight is national in its nature, about the whole country, about the federal government. Many key tasks ahead are still at the local level. Your own school districts, your own libraries, your own local officials who are directly involved in your life that you might meet and spend time with regularly. That's not only a ripe area for civic engagement, could be more tangible and even less overwhelming for many people. So, maybe no one needs to do anything today, but even making a personal vow to at least reject that temptation, which is real, to drop out or prematurely surrender to the very apathy they want, that may be a start for you today. And as for what comes after that, I assure you, this is still a democracy, and we can still have a conversation and decide on what comes next.
Not
together.
subbing because no more top of the hour. Real Republican here. I cannot express my selfishness. Shame on you. You can still subscribe even if you're a Republican. Senator Chuck Schumer in New York, the majority leader, said in his first statement since the Republicans won back control of the Senate and have hinted they will allow President-elect Donald J. Trump to set their agenda, that the work of the Senate will continue to be passing bipartisan legislation. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Oh my God. Oh, thank God that the Democrats are going to continue along with Trump's fascist agenda with bipartisan legislation. Thank God. I was really worried. You literally said Republicans deserve death, though? Wait, what? No, I didn't. I think you're genuinely mistaking me for another commentator. When the fuck did I say that? At most, I've probably said they need to go to re-education camps. Like, we need to do mass re-education in this country. If you're like, you know, a genuine believer that the pedophilic elite are controlling all the institutions, but your pedophilic elite is not. I literally consistently maintain the position that no matter what someone's political background is or their beliefs are, they still deserve health care. They still deserve a dignified existence, that they still deserve to have free college, free education. It's like one of my most consistent positions. I'm not one of those fucking people that say like, oh, Florida deserves to be flooded or whatever. I've never said that, and I don't believe that. Make public schools great again.
Corruption in your terms. You say clearing out the corruption in your terms. Would that mean clearing out the top level federal service workers that are currently at the FDA and the CDC?
In some categories, I would say.
What does that look like? Yeah.
In some categories of workers, there are entire departments, like the nutrition departments at FDA, that have to go.
What?
That are not doing their job. They're not protecting our kids. Why do we have Fruit Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients, and you go to Canada and it's got 2 or 3?
Would you eliminate any of the agencies?
To eliminate the agencies, as long as it requires congressional approval, I wouldn't be doing that. And I can get the corruption out of the agencies. This is what I've been doing for 40 years. I've sued all those agencies. I have a PhD in corporate corruption, and that's what I do. And once they're not corrupt, once Americans are getting good science and are allowed to make their own choices, they're going to get a lot healthier.
You say clearing out the corruption in your terms. Would that mean clearing out?
Dog. We are going to bring back so many ancient diseases. We are bringing back polio in a big way, Legionnaire's disease. Children are going to get black lung. Holy fuck. It's great. Good stuff overall. Yeah, bring back the bubonic plague. I have a feeling the Bill Maher take on this is going to make your head explode. Like, he's not even like when he says the Fruit Loops thing, like that's correct, right? Obviously, but that requires further regulation, not deregulation. The fuck are you saying? He's like, I'm gonna explode the FDA from within. Yeah, that's the successful method here. We need deregulation, not more regulation or correct regulation. Good stuff. We are so fucking cooked. All right, let's see what Fox is saying.
Over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this.
Businessman Dana White speaking at Donald Trump's remarks last night as he pulled ahead in the Electoral College. We're joined by Obama campaign veteran Che Komanduri, who's been with us throughout this election. Welcome back, Che. I just went through the how, the why, and what's next.
The obsessive coverage of his 4 indictments and New York conviction, and quickly moving on from 2 assassination attempts, reminded many voters of why they distrust the press.
It's hardly unusual for journalists relying on flawed polls to botch campaign predictions. The larger problem here is that the media misjudged the country and need to grapple with how that happened. Brett?
Definitely. Howie, thanks. Up next, so what now? Our panel comes back, has post-election breakdown, and then with politicians fighting like cats and dogs, some voters, well, they just had a welcome surprise.
What do people want more of? More, oh yeah.
So cooked.
Popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties.
We're in 1930s Germany, folks. That's it. Straight up.
Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight. Yeah. For asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you. And so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see 2 different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many
you. What do you mean? There's unhinged people in the political spectrum. You're the unhinged one, dog. The fuck?
Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
That's so funny.
Right. I mean, I can just...
Yeah, dude, the liberal... Actually, we have seen Blue Anon. I have been tracking some Blue Anon stuff. Like this. Like, there's a bunch of, like, crazy fucking Blue Anon tweets out there right now. So maybe they will have their January 6th. That'd be fucking sick. That'd be really funny. Like, I get it. People don't want to come to terms with the reality. Just like Trump supporters did not want to come to terms with the reality that a fucking walking carcass was able to defeat their God King. On the other hand, Democrats don't want to come to the reality that, like, there are a shit ton of people out there that were like, yeah, I'm angry. I'm going to take a shot again with this fucking dipshit. A guy who literally tried to overthrow the Democratic results, overthrow the government after losing last time. And Americans were like, nope, that's my guy. Seems crazy. But we're there.
Fox News decides Donald Trump is president of the United States. We've got our republic back, folks.
Let's go.
There it is.
Everybody should remember this moment. Look, I'm gonna echo Charlie from earlier. Remember where you were when this happened. Remember where you were when you realized that the Uniparty and all of these, just the establishment, you said it's time to actually participate. And look what you guys have done.
And if anyone deserves to get tears in his eyes, it's Charlie. I think we all agree.
I think Erica was chopping some onions or something in the break room.
No one has worked harder than Charlie for this.
We gotta hear some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God. It's all God.
Like Young Thug.
God alone. God alone.
That's all I can say.
Decision desk has it. Pennsylvania.
It's done.
It's beginning.
How insane would it be for Biden to use his God King powers given to him by SCOTUS? It'd be sick. Yeah, I saw this. Blue and on. The 20 million Democrat voters that disappeared from 2020 to 2024 is what doesn't add up. Like, they just don't understand that, one, this is like what you think was a good campaign because you watch MSNBC and MSNBC tells you is a good campaign is not how other people outside of your fucking bubble is responding to this. Yes, turnout on the Democratic front was significantly lower than past performance. Part of that was because of COVID in 2020, universal ballots, universal mail-in ballots. But the other part of it was a shitty fucking campaign that hyper-focused on Liz Cheney. I told you this over and over again. Now motherfuckers are saying hindsight. Well, some people are not even saying hindsight. They're just literally refusing to reckon with that reality. That's why they're doing this like crazy QAnon shit.
So one young man who actually told me he was on the fence, but it was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA who have been in and around this campus sharing the message of Donald Trump that ultimately pushed him over. And he said it's one of the reasons we're seeing all those Make America Great Again hats on campus because they brought them and distributed them to the students here. Katie?
And so, go ahead.
To one young man who actually told me
Democrats continuing elevating Lee, who's failed at every political campaign she's ever taken on, is the 142,000th most important subplot, but it has Jews. Ariel, what is her job situation here? Yeah, remember when I said she did the rat fucking campaign against Bernie? Prominent young Democrat steps down over bullying from Bernie Sanders supporters. Oh.
My prediction for this presidential election was
wrong. I own up to it. Right now, I am taking time off today, Wednesday, through my live show Thursday. My aim is to assess why the keys were wrong and what we can learn from this era and what the election means for the future of our country going forward. The show will be at 9 p.m. Thursday, November 7th at Alan Lichtman YouTube. Look,
the show must go on. It's so fun. How is this any different than like a fucking cult?
Think she lost.
Running out in Pennsylvania, yep. It's not changing.
I hate to say that because I've been hopeful all night, but I think she lost.
I do too. It's 90% over.
Like, he just made up a couple key factors that he thinks is like the best possible way to predict election outcomes without even like, I don't understand why people were so firmly committed to this concept. I always laughed about it because it's like, it's zodiac sign shit. You know what I mean? And it's so funny that like people were just so committed to copium. So committed to copium. And I will never understand why people were just like, nah, that's it, dog. That's how it works.
And I like that.
Yeah, we talked about this already. Trump said he's not going to ban abortion. And that's why she voted for him. Dude, we have a real fucking generational crisis ahead of us, okay? People just not respond to the truth at all. And they would rather get echo chambered and hug boxed into believing whatever makes them feel good. And that's a terrifying fucking prospect. Now, you might say, Hasan, you do that too. Well, it turns out this echo chamber has been correct pretty consistently and pretty fairly. You know? Everybody told me, Hasan, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Joe Biden can't drop out. Okay? That would be devastating. It wasn't devastating. Kamala Harris picked up all of the fucking crumbs of the campaign in a matter of days. Then I said after the DNC, especially, I was like, this is fucked. This is bunked. I kept saying that if the Democrats tack to the center, tack to the right, they're going to get cooked. They're going to get cooked. They're going to get clobbered. Everybody said, that's not going to happen. Shut the fuck up. Then the DNC happened. And everybody also personally recognized, okay, maybe they are tacking to the center, but there's still a little bit of hopium. It don't matter. I kept repeating how many mistakes the Democrats were making on the campaign trail. And people were like, nah, they got the votes. Nah, they got the votes. Nah, they got the votes. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Why do you think so many left commentators, Emma Cox, Kalinsky, Sam Cedar, read the election so poorly? I think they just wanted the hope. That's what it is. Like they just wanted, they hoped that the American, because they follow the Republican side so closely. So they were on copium. Mike from PA said the moment you were kicked out of the DNC in the middle of a New York Times interview because you were trying to bring out an uncommitted activist was the moment he knew Harris was going to lose. I mean, that was definitely a major indicator that their attitude towards this entire process was like fucked up. I wouldn't say me getting kicked out was a telltale sign. I think it was more so like the Democrats refusing to have a fucking Palestinian speak on stage. And then, consistently writing the Palestinian, like writing those who were pro-Palestinian emancipation out of the Democratic coalition. You have to remember, there's a shit ton of people who are young, who just simply responded to the messaging from the Democratic Party saying, fuck you. It's not just Arabs. It's not just Muslims. Okay?
Masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys.
The biggest character in this race, to me, was not on the ballot. It was Joe Biden, in my opinion. Like, Joe...
Oh.
This morning wearing a garbage bag, so I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse, but I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia, where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean,
so Todd Pyro is at the Family Chill and Grill. It's in Pennsylvania.
I
Hey, Todd.
hate Jesse Waters, man.
Good morning to all 4 of you. The mainstream media told us repeatedly that this was a vibe election. Why don't we tell the mainstream media what the vibe is in here right now? There we go. This place has been packed since 4 a.m. How you feeling this morning?
I feel terrific. This is the best day for America that there ever was. President Trump deserves to be in office, and he will make America great again.
There we go.
Freak.
Let's come over here.
Freak-ass grandma.
What do you make of
grandma.
how big the victory appears to be?
I knew it wasn't even going to be close. I knew he was going to win from the beginning. And I want to say a shout out to all my friends in North Carolina. We took North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
You just gave a shout out to North Carolina. My colleague Carly Shimkus is in North Carolina. We have a huge diner packed today. We're going to be checking in with every single one of them throughout the course of the next 4 hours. Let's go, Pennsylvania! Back to you guys. Back to you.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Todd, because Carly is at a diner at Joey's Pancake House in North Carolina in the Asheville area. Hey, Carly.
Hey, good morning, guys. That's right. Welcome to Joey's Pancake House in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. The swing state of North Carolina has decided, and as you can see, people have turned out in droves to talk about this election. So I want to talk to some of the diners and see how the people are feeling. This is my friend Terry. Terry, how are you feeling about Donald Trump's second victory?
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Woo! And this is Becky. Everybody here knows Becky, right? I've heard a lot about my friend Becky. I heard that she has a lot of thoughts about the election. So what are you thinking?
I'm just tickled to death because I'm telling you, we couldn't have 4 more years of what we've had. There's absolutely no way. Yes. The gas prices, the groceries, I mean, it's been terrible. So now Trump's going to make it great again. Woo!
So Becky thinks Donald Trump's going to make it great again. That's a little bit about what people are saying in Maggie Valley at Joey's Pancake House in North Carolina. I'll send it back to you guys in New York City.
We are live in Tyrone, Pennsylvania.
Why don't they ever ask him how Trump is going to do any of this? How is Trump doing this? How? You know, you guys are real fucking excited about some shit, but like I haven't seen Trump communicate this once. And as a matter of fact, the only things that he says are tariffs, tax cuts for the wealthy, and that's it. And tariffs across the board are inflationary. It's a fucking mass sales tax. Ironically enough, is going to harm all these small business tyrants, little small business Adolfs out here, excited at the prospect of tariffs because they don't fucking understand it. So much of the Republican animus revolves around just like being illiterate about issues, you know? That's it. They get excited because they just simply don't understand how things work. And then the Democrats don't actually fucking fight back against this misinfo either. They don't go, hey, how the fuck does this work? They did it with the tariffs a little bit, so that was good, to be fair. But clearly it's not enough. Oh. You don't understand? China's going to pay for it just like Mexico paid for the wall? Yeah. True, I guess. I didn't even think about that. You can't reason with people who didn't get to a conclusion without logic. True. But you can fucking constantly hit them with like a flow of information, counter messaging until it's kind of sticks, right? They did that with like the tariff stuff, but clearly it wasn't enough. I said influr. Shut up, chap.
Obviously, all eyes on Pennsylvania. Sir, when they called Pennsylvania for Trump, what's going through your mind?
Relief, joy, and maybe things will get back to normal. Maybe we can afford whatever we want to buy again instead of $50 a bag for groceries.
There you go. Ma'am, what was your reaction when they called the race overall for... I'll go over here. She turned her back to me. She's mad at me. What was your reaction when they called the race for Trump overall?
Oh, without a doubt, a sense of relief. My grandkids finally have a future.
We've heard that phrase grandkids a lot. You said grandkids before. Why did you think immediately my grandkids are going to be better off because Trump won?
Everyone's grandchildren all over our country will be better because the economy, the parents can afford healthy, good food instead of what the government wants to put into our children's food.
Bro, I'm not lying. They just all seem so insane. But am I crazy? Am I just like so fucking like negatively polarized against Republicans, or do they all have that lead poisoning stare? Like every time it's like when you watch like a horror movie or like a thriller and you can kind of tell that like there's something a little off about the character that you're watching. I feel like I get that from most of these Trump supporters.
And call it healthy.
When they called the race for Trump in Pennsylvania, were you like, it's over, he's got this?
Ecstatic. Totally ecstatic. Started cheering in my living room.
Who else cheered in their living room when the results came down? When this young lady walked in originally, I said, clearly you voted for Kamala. And that was a joke. That's a Todd Pyro witty humor. What was your reaction when you heard Trump won?
Again, relief, because there's nobody, in my opinion, that can get things back the way they were 4 years ago as quickly as he can. and do it properly.
That's the vibe, I love using that word, of the people here in Tyrone, Pennsylvania. We got to go now to Carly Shimkus, my esteemed colleague in North Carolina, but I'm very competitive. I want to beat Carly in the cheers department. So Pennsylvania, can we send a message to North Carolina? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
It's good to see you from afar, my friend Toddy.
There's no way they're getting the same news as us. No, they're not. Nobody is getting the same news any longer. The internet has completely destroyed that. The democratization of news media has had some obviously positive side effects, I would say. I mean, that's a little self-serving of me to say that, but, you know, I would not exist in any other universe, okay? But there's also been monstrous consequences. Like, you have so many fucking grifters that popped up during COVID that might not have even personally believed in any of the COVID shit, but were just simply leaning on it because it was getting boosted by the algorithm. And that's it. Nowadays, you get a fucking guy who just like does horrifying rapes or whatever, and immediately they just hit the fucking exit ramp. They're like, all right, am I losing clout? Time to be right wing. You know, that's it. And it's pretty beneficial for a lot of people to do that. And the entire space is just filled to the brim with right-wing grifters. It's a bad situation overall. Yeah, I think this is a massive flashing red warning sign and everyone kind of ignored it. I wonder if there was someone who tweeted this exact same thing. You know? Why do they all have the same reasoning when it comes to relief? We're so cooked. I wasn't ignoring it. I was literally fucking depressed, dude. Anyway. Yeah, I was so depressed about it. I talked about it on Fear and even normally violating my rule that I don't talk about fucking politics on Fear and. All right, here is Michael Barbarism.
And this is The Daily.
I like that they're filming their fucking podcast now. Michael Barbarism over socialism right here, coming to you live from The Daily.
So, Estad, Nate, Lisa, thank you for being here at 1:25 a.m.
Thank you for having
I
us.
deeply appreciate
The night's still young for us.
It is. But at this moment, it is looking very likely that Donald Trump will be the winner of this election and that he will return to the White House. So I just want to take a moment and have you all reflect on the significance of that.
I'll be honest, I love that the New York Times is promoting Estad over and over again for having the correct position very early on. Estad was on the Kamala beat, and I think he kind of like lucked into that in certain ways, but his analysis was always so sound. It was always so good. And I really appreciated that. I really respected that, especially at a time when it seemed like the media was pulling the ranks and ensuring that there was AOC's live on Instagram. Okay, we'll get there. I'll watch that right now. He's the man, and I'm glad that he's getting his flowers a little bit, even though this is a, very tumultuous, very terrible time overall for American politics. Let's see what AOC's saying.
And just want to hop on, and I want to talk with you all about a lot of different things.
Damn, Linda Sarsour. That's a name I haven't seen in a minute.
Where we move forward from here.
I said hi, it didn't show up.
What our thoughts on this are. And what's next for all of us ahead.
It did it?
I guess I'll start with a little bit of the lay of the land here. Linda Sarsour saying, we got this. That's right. We do. We have no choice. And I'll get to that in a minute. But very quickly here, lay of the land. As we know, Donald Trump won the presidency. Vice President Harris conceded the race today. She called President-elect Trump to concede the race personally and underscored the importance of a peaceful transition of power and that she was committed to that. And also underscored the importance and the truth that we do not pledge to any individual or any office, but we pledge our oaths to the Constitution of the United States. Now, in terms of everything else, as we know, Donald Trump won the presidency. Republican Party has won the Senate. And the U.S. House of Representatives has still not been called. As of this morning, I believe there were over 50 races that were still outstanding. So neither party has officially declared or has been officially declared as having the House majority. For a lot of people who are asking functional questions about what can we do, a lot hinges on what happens in the House of Representatives and control of the U.S. House of Representatives. If Democrats control the House, that gives a slight ledge to resist and prevent some of the worst legislative proposals from going through. For example, in contrast, if Republicans win majority of the House, they have discussed passing a national abortion ban. And there would be, if they have the votes for it as a party legislatively, there would be very little
I love that
we could do
the left
to
never
stop
fails
it,
to do the one thing where they just like hyper focus on people who are there, who they are the closest aligned to ideologically,
potentially be willing
and
to
just
sign
yell
that
at them.
into law.
It's a really
As I've discussed
unsuccessful
in
and
Campaign
unproductive
Trail,
way
a
to
national
move.
abortion ban,
I criticize AOC all the
would
time. I do not think
prevail
that
over any state law.
I do not think that she
So
is
you
the
are not
enemy.
protected if you are in California or
and
New York
if you
or a
do,
blue state
then
that
you're
has
wrong.
abortion rights.
You know,
a national abortion ban is a national abortion ban. It would ban abortion in the United States of America, regardless of your state law. So that is just one of many different types of legislative provisions that control of the House really has a lot of influence over. I believe right now that Democrats are looking to be competitive. We have a shot at getting control of the House of Representatives, which would block some of the most heinous legislative proposals that would have to pass through the House, Senate, and presidency. On this note, I actually think when we talk about what needs to be done and how we look ahead, and I don't want to bounce around too much, but one of the big things that I think is going to be very important for all of us, and again, I might be bouncing around because I am what is known, and I believe in a theory of politics known as inside-outside politics. That means that I believe we have people and elected officials on the inside that try to agitate, or rather try to organize and build power and help influence decisions on the inside of institutions, but that alone is not enough or sufficient to make change in this country, that we also need mass movement politics and robust people's movements, and that those people's movements are where the actual seats of power and influence in this country come from a mass organized and mobilized base of working people. And so on an outside perspective, there are a lot of things that we have to do ahead of us. One of those things, I believe, is something known as programs of political education that can go from the most basic to
She said re-education.
More complex. But we need to learn a lot. We need to build a base of knowledge among ourselves and people that we know. A lot of people may not know how laws are passed or how governance works, and that's okay, but it's very important that we start to learn. Sorry, I'm just keeping up with some of your comments as well. Now, what this means is that I think it's important, and I'm going to just give it to you all very straight. This is going to be a very, 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 very challenging, difficult time. We can use the next several months to prepare as best as we can. Trump would be inaugurated around January 20th or so. And we can use
She's saying organize the
this
January
time
6th.
to prepare as best as we can
Instructions
for what is going to be
heard.
a very challenging and very difficult time for millions of people in this country. A lot of people have asked me that, is Trump actually going to do the things that he said he's going to do? I think, listen, no one has a crystal ball, but I think that it is, and what we said on the campaign trail, when he says he's going to do something, believe him.
Stop the steal.
I believe just today, his press secretary confirmed his commitment to
start the
mass
steal.
deportations beginning, the day or day after of his presidency. Talking about RFK trying to remove fluoridated water from the United States, which, there are public health. I'm not here to get into debates with anybody or, start fires in the group chat or whatever. But, when you look at public health comprehensive studies of, cities and towns that have done that, the amount of kids that really suffer health outcomes and need to, receive, I believe, like antibiotic injections and all this other crazy stuff is through the roof. We're talking about vaccines that may be taken off the market entirely. And, even Mitch McConnell, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, still suffers from complications of, I believe, a bout of polio that he had when he was a child. This is real. This is real. And I'm not here to sugarcoat what we all are about to collectively experience. But I think that what we can do to prepare is build community. We do not have a choice. We don't have a choice. Our choice is to build. Our choice is to continue to fight. Our choice is to win. Our choice is to have each other. We are about to enter a political period that will have consequences for the rest of our lives. We cannot give up. We now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent, and we find ourselves,
You're going to have to be careful with the January
in
6th
a
stuff
time-
in case it actually happens. I was
where
thinking
they're-
about that, and I just don't think that it's likely. But then again, liberals are going kind of Lebanon right now, so maybe it is likely.
that mobilize to
For
protect
everyone
one another
listening,
in times
I
of
just want to say
fascism,
I'm obviously joking. I don't think that
and
would be
authoritarianism.
a good thing. I would
And
certainly
this
not advocate
is
for it. I
the
would, however, watch it and laugh.
Era that we are poised to enter. Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens that he deems his domestic political enemies. Authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with and strongmen abroad in regimes like that, it is not uncommon
Liberals
to
love our
jail
institutions
political
far too
dissidents
much
or legislative opponents.
to actively disrupt them.
This is the world that we very realistically may be entering. And the way that we do everything that we can to prevent this is by building a very strong social fabric and social infrastructure. Now, a lot of people have asked me, and I've posted some of the things before, how have we gotten here? How can we improve? A lot of people have also asked me about thoughts on the Democratic Party or certain communities that were lost or, what have you. And I will comment a bit on some of that. But the one thing that I want to open up and say is that first and foremost, here's my personal take.
She needs to go
Anyone who
ASAP.
woke
Yeah,
up
you're
this
right,
morning,
dude. I think we should replace her district with
or
another
rather,
Nancy
I should say,
Pelosi.
an urge this morning to wake up and point one main finger or articulate.
I like that
one
unironically there are
primary
people in the
reason
chat
as
advocating to do a break from the DNC right now. This is the weakest the party has ever been. It's an opportunity to try and organize and change it within your abilities towards whatever you envision it to be. But everybody's like, nah, dude, it's time. This is the Gloria La
But
Riva or Claudia.
to say
or no,
that
yeah,
it's
Gloria
any one
de la
thing,
Riva. Rise up.
It is an avalanche of different things. But we can get into some of it. I've gotten a lot of questions about the Democratic Party. I've got a lot of questions about women, about what this means, about Latinos, about this group or that group. And we can try to dig into some of these things now. But I think what's most important is for us to remain pretty high-minded about a lot of this. In that, I mean, what is going to be most important in this time is rejecting sectarianism and understanding that we have to be
There's zero evidence that's possible. You aren't reflecting on the last 8 years. If you think there's a DNC that will allow a space, yeah, dude.
The working class in this country.
That's why I'm
against
saying
a fascist
the
agenda.
ACP is going to win
Period.
next election.
We have had an enormous setback
The American Communist Party
in
rise
this
up.
election because the fascist won a lot of working class support, which has happened before in history, and we can talk about that. But I think what is important is that we have to be able to hold that analysis and have these discussions without turning on each other. And if I can take off my more broad commentary hat on and put on a more progressive, or whatever one may want to call that, left or progressive or working class or whatever it is, we have to be able to construct a culture that is productive, that is focused on growing, that is not sectarianism and does not tear one another apart over the narcissism of small differences. We will remain marginal and small and incapable of confronting the challenges ahead of us if we cannot learn to hold difference and understand and be able to distinguish an ally from an opponent. And that has been a challenge up to this point, and we will not survive if we cannot grow past that. Now, I think that when it comes to the Democratic Party, one of the big questions that we've seen is like, what has happened with the Democratic Party and the working class? And I think that it's, to me, from my vantage point, I think I see a lot of what's happened. I was a waitress right up until I got elected to Congress. This was not a cute summer job that I had as a teenager, and then I did some jobs, and then I got elected to Congress years later. I went from wiping down a bar and walking behind it to walking into the halls of Congress. And the reason I did that and the reason I ran was not because I was running against a Republican. It's because I ran against a Democrat that I did not believe centered families or communities like mine, or saw the pain of people like me. And a lot of what I saw at that time was a Democrat that only ran against Trump and did not support a vision that, with clarity, that spoke to my material reality. And I got to a point as a waitress where I felt like if my member of Congress wouldn't support a $15 minimum wage and say it with their full chest with clarity like that, then I would. And again, I'm not speaking for every single district or every single person. I am recounting the story of what happened in my life. I felt like if my representative from a deep blue seat could not fight for my right to have health care unequivocally, then I would fight for my right to have health care and for my community's right to have health care guaranteed unequivocally. I, at the time, was represented by, or felt like our representation took a lot of corporate money, a lot of lobbyist money, and answered more to the people and the class that they raised money from than the people who voted for them. And I ran for office to change that. Now, I'm not here to, I think there's two important things to communicate here. A party loses and another party wins. And I think it's important to also state here that Kamala Harris was given an assignment that no other person in American history was given, to construct a presidential campaign in 90 to 100 days with absolutely no expectation or anticipation that she would be called to that assignment and have to deliver the country from an enormous fascist threat that had already been campaigning and priming the pump for essentially 8 years. So any observations that I raise, I believe have to do with longer term trends around our party and what we can do to improve and get back to our roots as champions of the working class. And this is none of this is meant to be constructed at her. A lot of times I think people try to erase one criticism for another. Oh, it wasn't this, it wasn't that. But the fact of the matter is, this race may not have been decided by any one individual factor, but misogyny is very, very real in this country. As another widely known woman of color in office, I knew that sexism and racism were real, but it was not until I got subjected to a national stage that I actually was shocked at how bad it is. You
Once
grow
again,
up with
sexism
it,
and racism has played a prominent
but
role in
there
Kamala
is
Harris
something
like
about
being
on
undermined.
the receiving line,
But having said
or
that,
just nationally
again,
exposed
Kamala
to
Harris is an
millions of
adult
eyeballs
woman,
at once,
and
that you feel that
she is more than
fire
capable of
hose,
launching a
and you
better
actually
campaign. She just
understand
chose
how
not to do
deeply
so.
ingrained
So I
it
think that a
is.
lot of that is
And it
still
not partisan.
a lot of that is still going to be,
It is
it's something that we were aware of. You know what I mean? It's something that Kamala Harris was aware of. She knew.
That's a hard
She actually
pill for a
actively
lot of people
messaged
to
against it
swallow,
and
that
didn't run on a
misogyny can exist in
I'm with
left
her style
spaces,
campaign in the
right
way that Hillary
spaces,
Clinton
in center
did.
spaces. It's not a moral thing. It is how our
I think one of the saddest states of affairs in this process has been that the Democratic Party's bench is filled to the brim with really good talent from Gretchen Whitmer and Tim Walz and Andy Bashar and many others like that.
And when we look
and yet
at
the campaign we had was the easiest swap out with Kamala Harris, and that's fine as long as she ran a more progressive campaign, as long as she actively communicated the issues that Americans were experiencing, that she was going to solve those issues. This would have been a much more successful campaign for her, as you wouldn't have seen the base
and so
of support from the normal constituencies that historically have gone out and voted for Kamala Harris fall apart. It's that simple. A lot of people will look to like the tack to the right and how much more Republicans voted, how many of these districts like turned Republican, not realizing that a lot of those districts still had a bunch of, especially swing districts, had a bunch of fucking liberals that didn't go out and vote for one reason or another. Not because they're like radical socialists or because like, they're single issue voters on Gaza, even though that probably played a role in this as well. But like, there are plenty of people who just simply didn't go out and vote, and that is because of bad messaging. That is because of harm reduction.
It's skyrocketing, that groceries are insane, and that structurally a party that relies on the financial backing, and again, this is an area where there's disagreement within my party.
Racism and misogyny are, but Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib won.
I've been very clear about what my assessment
and like,
has
it's not
been
like Mexico is
since
more
the time I
woke of a
entered
country than
office.
America
To
is.
me,
You know what I mean? It's not
party
less
that
or more
relies
woke.
on
Claudia Sheinbaum
big
is
money,
literally a
and this is not
Jewish
just
woman who is a
Democrats. Our
socialist
entire system
in a
relies
98%
on
Catholic
big
country.
money. And before people say that it's only Democrats that rely on this, just understand that Donald Trump personally thanked Elon Musk, a billionaire, for delivering him the presidency. Donald Trump works for Elon Musk. He works for Jeff Bezos. He works for the oil execs. That's what he does, okay? Our entire system is consumed by big money, by billionaires, by lobbyists. Where it is complicated for Democrats is that we are supposed to champion the working class. And when
You just mad you lost Silicon Valley? I mean, it's not like Silicon Valley was ever in the tank.
Who exerts a lot of interest to get you to not check the power of concentrated wealth, then you can't deliver on those promises. When you have billionaires, for example, who are cutting very big checks on one hand, and then with the other hand, publicly threatening the current federal trade commission chair, and essentially saying she's got to go, that does not allow us, that puts us in a bind, no? Like structurally, that is a bind. It's a fundamental misalignment of mission and what powers us. And I wish I could say that this is just an easy problem to solve and just don't take it. And I think
No more NLRB.
But I think
no more Lena
one
Khan.
of the reasons that this continues to be an issue is because I think a lot of people, especially in tough seats, look down the barrel of that, and it's you either compromise and get that big money to either stay out of the race or do whatever, or that big money goes to the Republican. I don't know. But at the end of the day, the ultimate problem is our ability to clearly and forthrightly advocate for an agenda that clearly champions the working class. To me, that's things like $15 minimum wage, Medicare for all, or at the very least, lowering the age of Medicare until it hits zero. But I mean, whatever those things may be, it also makes it hard. It applies a lot of pressure that I think is restrictive in allowing Democrats with their full chest to actually explain to people who is raising these prices. And so instead of saying things like, by the way, Kroger or, CVS or Rite Aid or ExxonMobil are price gouging you, and these companies, these corporations, or these billionaires are the ones that are screwing you over and jacking up your prices.
Yeah, $15 is already low now with the way the inflation works.
Power. Instead, we're combating inflation. And this is a passive voice perspective that doesn't help people understand why is this happening and who is it doing it and who is doing it and how do we solve the problem. And that doesn't mean that there aren't things that the party is doing to try to tackle those things. President Biden passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Inflation went down. He also did a lot of things. He named that FTC chair, Lena Khan, that is working on tackling these huge corporate monopolies. He has done these things. But we all need to amplify and publicly educate and talk about why more needs to be done as a chorus. And so that is like, these are some of the structural contradictions, in my view, that make it challenging for us to speak in clear terms. Because when it's actually time to do the policy work,
I don't understand why AOC
it is a very wide coalition of
outflank
Democrats.
Bernie on Israel.
And they'll say, well, we don't want to say 15.
AOC will outflank Bernie on Israel, right? Which is like objectively a more dangerous position to be in. But then when it comes to domestic criticisms, like even Bernie's just like letting it loose, on the failures of the Democratic Party. And I feel like AOC is not going far enough.
Lying.
I just
he's
doesn't make
saying
sense.
The thing clearly, and it then puts you on a back foot because people don't really understand.
Democrats lost because they're too tough on the border. Just shut the fuck up and never have an opinion again. You fucking idiot. It's all your fault. Just be normal on immigration. Everybody hates communism and Trotskyism. Just be fucking normal.
He's just saying it because it's not going to work. He's saying it. And so
why does this fucking idiot talk about issues that he does not understand? Just keep complaining about how China has overtaken Australia or something, dumbass.
Platform that actually materially and powerfully articulates.
Yeah, we should filter that account. Never send me that
expect.
fucking dipshit
That is not
tweets
in
again.
a generalized way of prices are going to go down or inflation is going to be tackled, but moreover, we will raise the minimum wage. And I'm not. And again, Vice President Harris did that. She did that, and she ran a campaign and she was tasked with an assignment that was nearly impossible. And she made it possible. This race was so close. Many people also raising, and I think rightfully so, the issue of Gaza. And I think that when we talk about this issue, it's not just, a lot of hay was made about vote margins and all of this. And let's be very clear here. The margin of third-party voters in this election was not the margin of difference between Democratic votes and Republican votes. Now, there's a lot of data to dig into there and all of that stuff. But I actually think a lot of people in the movement understood the stakes and the assignment. And you may have had a very small degree of third-party voters, but ultimately, I do think that the majority of people understood the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and the stakes of that. And it may not have felt good, and people may not have enjoyed it or felt supportive of the platform, but they understood the stakes. And so I don't believe in scapegoating this. However, I also think it is important to note that the landscape of Gaza and the horrors of what was happening made organizing very difficult, needless to say. I think that for some of the most prolific organizers in this country are activists and activist communities, and having to contend with what most, I would argue, almost most of a strong activist organizing, mobilizing base, and many who lead that base consider a genocide. I don't think and like, whether that is again, the horrors of everything that's going on. And again, I'm not even trying to open an argument here, but the horrors and the pain and all of it from October 7th through today, through the hostages, all of it, the lack of resolution, the lack of conclusion, the fact that Netanyahu dragged this out and just lapped the Biden administration at every turn, very much dampened and complicated and added a tremendous amount of static to organizing momentum and capacity throughout the entire year. Whether people like that or not, it is, in my view, an important part of the landscape of what was going on. And people can take it, people can leave it. I don't think it's something that we can ignore. There's other issues too. Our media, and here's the one that I think is the most important. At the end of the day, and I alluded to this earlier, our entire political apparatus has been captured by a billionaire class. It's been captured by a corporate class and a billionaire class. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, and that billionaire class went fully mask off, and the plutocracy in this country went fully mask off this cycle. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. He pressured the Post into not making an endorsement.
Don't say it about LA Times. LA Times is in the tank for Gaza.
It doesn't matter if that is influential or not in how a person votes or what have you. What matters is that we can now dispense ourselves.
Yeah, she's saying the Dems ignored the issue and shouldn't have.
That a handful of people in this country are deeply and profoundly manipulating our democracy to their own self-interest. I'm not impugning the incredibly hardworking journalists at the Washington Post, but it is simply to name who owns it and the limitations.
I don't know what your financials are, but can you buy a newspaper is a wonderful question that perfectly demonstrates how little people understand how much money I make versus what it takes to purchase a newspaper.
A large space of conversation and organizing.
Yeah, let me go buy a newspaper with my spare $3 billion.
Political ends. You have a billionaire funded, and the amount of money that he poured in, he didn't just buy X, he poured in just ungodly sums of money in dark money in our elections. You have an entire podcast network that is financed by a similar billionaire and dark money class. And
yeah, guys, if enough of you subscribe to me, I'll be able to purchase a fucking newspaper.
Why our country is so polarized.
So please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
The media we consume and who owns and influences the media that we consume.
I'm joking, by the way.
So where do we go from here?
You can still subscribe if you want to. Twitch Prime is free.
Well, first and foremost,
but I won't be
can
able to
tell
purchase
you
a newspaper.
That if you are a constituent
I would need
of mine in New York,
probably like 1 million subscribers
in parts of the Bronx and Queens. First and foremost, that's my first responsibility. That is the specific population of people who have elected me and whose job I have to steward and
you should start a TYT style network. No, dude, I don't fucking want to do that. I can't do that.
But if you are a constituent of mine, first and foremost, I am committed to doing everything in my power to protect you. That power will be limited in a Trump administration. Project 2025 is real. It's real. It's not a campaign joke. It's not an attack. The Heritage Foundation is the conservative foundation, the institution and organization that orchestrates Republican governance. They would not put millions of dollars into preparing this plan and it being co-authored by many people in the Trump administration if they were not fully prepared to implement it. This is going to be a very scary time. And again, I cannot emphasize how important it is that we, as an aligned people, be very cautious about attacking one another and about attacking one another. And to me, one of the big organizing lessons that I feel is that when it comes to who you choose to organize with, I think it's really important to understand that, maybe it's not just about fully aligning with someone just because of what they're organizing for. It's really important to pay attention to how they are organizing. And if someone is using a righteous cause as a cover for cruel methods and dehumanizing others, personally, that is not someone that I trust to organize with, because our job is to grow. And the reason we are in this position is because we do not have a raw majority of people who are ideologically aligned. And in instances where you do not have an outright majority, we must develop coalitions. And the name of the game in coalitions is that we have to be able to align with people that we are not fully in agreement with in the name of a larger cause. That goes for any movement. And it goes for any cause. And
do you believe identity politics is over? Brother,
really,
identity
really
politics is hot as ever, okay? It's just white identity politics.
That kind of cruelty or
there's never been a moment where people were like, man, I really love identity politics. Like, no one ever fucking did that. That was just like a thing that the Democratic Party presented as a false reality.
Understand that these folks...
And they dropped it with Joseph Robin and Brandon.
Powerful people bankrolling disruptors in people's movements. And instead of diminishing what a person is fighting for, I think it's just important that we build together alongside people.
Do I believe that leftists have to organize together? Yeah, no shit. That's constantly what I do and constantly what I yell about.
In addition to what they're organizing for.
I make fun of every aspect of the left, but also
in terms of communities,
we'll always tell you, like, your enemies are not going to be of the left.
There's a couple different realities for us to contend with at the same time. I do think it's important to recognize that the Black electorate, first of all, Black voters, I believe, remain one of the most prescient voting bloc in the United States, point blank, period. And we see that bear out in our numbers. That being said, very often there's a lot of ink spilled before and after elections about Black men, Latinos, people of color, etc. And we can dig into the fine points of where places eroded support and not.
Congratulations,
but we
Trump.
should be
Make
very
Israel
clear
great.
That people of color voted for Kamala Harris in majorities. There's always this thing after a cycle, especially if there's any diminishment, to blame communities that overwhelmingly and majority vote for Democrats. When that vote diminishes slightly, instead of us like really taking a look at what is happening with a, for example, white electorate that only votes 17% for the Democrat. And it is, it's really interesting to me because when it's time to govern, those communities get so centered and their concerns get so centered, and it's like nothing we do sometimes can win these electorates over. And I'm not here to dismiss it, but we need to really dig into some of those reasons. And we should not use communities that are part of the Democratic coalition as scapegoats for other communities that have not been voting with the Democratic coalition. We need to separate these things. I'm not saying that we're going to gloss over what has happened here, but I think a big part of what has happened here is the erosion of a working class agenda and articulating a working class agenda. And when you add that in the context of racism in this country, and when you add that in the context of misogyny in this country, you get a perfect storm of what I think we witnessed last night. It's not, we just, it's, a lot of this comes down to, again, this enormous task that we have of political education, of race and class consciousness, and people understanding that these billionaires are not looking out for us. They are grinding us to a pulp and they are eating us for breakfast. They are burning our planet. And I just want you all to know that in terms of what guided and has guided me over the last year, is that every single decision I made and every effort that I made, whether people criticize it or not or what have you, was just centered on trying to prevent this outcome. It was my single biggest priority was preventing a Donald Trump presidency. It informed my decisions, my actions, and we are where we are today. And we have a lot of work to do. I did not want to be in a place where on November 6th, we were preparing to resist a fascist regime. I wanted to be fighting the corporate establishment of the Democratic Party instead. But we're not in that place. We're in this place. And it is going to take a huge level of effort and solidarity. We are going to be looking towards our brothers and sisters in the labor movement, in the human and civil rights movement. And we are going to have to resist. It's this really interesting thing. Resist this confluence of, like, first of all, I've never ascribed to this idea, and this is, I know this is going to upset people, but genuinely, when I came to politics, it was not about trying to articulate to the world about what being a quote-unquote leftist is. I always considered myself as running from the bottom. And this is not about left and right, but this is about top and bottom, and that we have to run from the bottom up. And some may say, well, left is bottom, and depending on your worldview, yes, but I think there's this very interesting confluence that we see from, I think, more conservative spaces, that the alienation of the working class has to do with people of different identities standing together. And to me, the alienation of, and like this idea of like wokeism, but to me, the alienation, the Democratic Party's alienation of the working class has to do with the fact that we haven't been able to deliver on a $15 minimum wage, etc., for many different reasons. And we have to put those demands front and center in order to do that. And we shouldn't be afraid to fight for what we believe in. And we shouldn't be afraid to fight, period. But I'm not here to say that we've got all of the answers. A lot of things that people are scared about, a national abortion ban, that would require House control, but dismantling the Department of Education, all of these things. Trump is an autocrat, and we are in a much worse position now than we were when he was last president, because he is much more prepared, and he is much more competent, and he knows what mistakes he made last time. And so we are poised to enter a much darker, a much scarier time whose consequences we will be living with for the rest of our lives. Even just from a climate perspective. I wish I could say that we could undo all of the damage that we are about to, or we are poised to endure, but there's some things we will not recover from. We will not recover from blowing past 1.5 degrees centigrade or 2 degrees centigrade of warming. And we will live with the consequences of that for the rest of our lives. And I'm sorry to say that, but it is true. There are other things that we can fight for, and we will have to fight for. But I just want you all to know that as long as I'm here, I will be fighting alongside with you. And this just happened yesterday. I don't have marching orders for you right now. My marching orders would basically be to find your safe network of people, to find your pod, to find your community. We have to do a lot of community building. And by that, I don't just mean organizing politically. I mean active community building. We are in a position where the isolation of a capitalist system, the isolation produced by COVID, just where we are as a society, people working 4 jobs, 3-4 jobs to make ends meet. We do not have community. And believe it or not, community, whether it's your church or mosque or temple, whether it's a knitting group,
start to steal,
it's, your dinner circle, building that community is actually far more transformative.
Start the steal.
Far more important than you may realize, and people may dismiss it.
Why won't anybody say it?
It's silly or frivolous. It is not. I guarantee you, it is not. And
you're actually gonna get cooked, Lamau.
Where people finding their friends and finding their circle.
I forget that there's
challenge.
people who literally think that the election was stolen right now.
That is
Guys,
close to you,
the election was not stolen.
You
okay,
are probably in a similar
it was
boat
lost
as so many Americans right now. It's a big reason why we're here as a country in this place. And so we can commit ourselves to making the smallest communities as we can around ourselves.
Blue MAGA needs to dial it back and recognize that
neighbor,
maybe the party that they consider to be infallible
and
almost godlike, deity-like, that has all the right answers, did not have all the right answers.
You think you're cool with or whatever, it's time to get to know that person. And it's time to get to know the people that will...
The 20 million votes being gone,
on
misinformation are real. Sorry, just want to be educated. Yeah, it's not real. I mean, it is real in the sense that like 20 million less people voted.
I guarantee you it's not. And creating
but yeah,
community
voter turnout
around
changes dramatically from election cycle to election cycle.
One of the strongest, most powerful, and also one of the most radical things you can do in an environment like this. So for those who are
Some people are really blaming you for losing. It's insane. Yeah. I don't know who's doing that, but
I want you to know that we're thinking of you.
I think they're not of the right
and
mind.
We can start to generate some
Hassan
of that
derangement
community.
syndrome, baby.
And sometimes
That's very
even just
real.
being in community with or small moments of humanity.
I know people say
with
Trump
people
derangement
who are not
syndrome,
like-minded
but
with you are sometimes a very odd little things that can help them change their mind.
I think people just care at that
I'm not
point.
saying
People
that
just
we're
care
here to do
more
all of
about
that
like
work, but we have a long
trying to fight their own personal
road ahead
battles
of us, and
instead of like world-changing events.
just want to say I love you all, and this is going to be very hard, and we're going to have to get through it together, but we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We have no choice but to live and be in the times that we have been called to live in, and to make it better one day at a time, one choice at a time. Never, ever, ever think that any choice or any act of yours is too small. It isn't. And regimes and autocracies are taken down by millions of drops of small actions that would otherwise be invisible by masses of people. So I look forward to doing this work with you all. And this is, this is the assignment that we have ahead of us. We'll probably be doing a couple more of these ahead. Bye, y'all.
All right, that was AOC. There's a lot of words to say we messed up. Yeah, I mean, I get it. We did mess up, so it's true. And by we, I mean the Democratic Party messed up. That would be the we for AOC. Surely neoliberalism dies one day. Yeah, to thunderous applause. If she doesn't talk about changing the Democratic Party primary rules, I'm sorry, but she's duping the base. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that changes need to happen within the Democratic Party. I just don't know like how to convince people. Put me in a room with all these fucking corporate billionaires that are diehard Democratic Party loyalists. Maybe not the ones that are pro-Israel, but like the rest of them. And I'll convince them. I'll convince them why they got to do a little bit of fucking austerity for once, in terms of their own fucking profit margins for one goddamn day, so that you can, so that we can combat fascism. Just go directly to the fucking heart of the problem. Because I don't think there's anything ever shifting in the Democratic Party's priorities. So like half a dozen? Yeah. I blame the Diddy-crats. Me too. Why not argue with the pro-Israel ones? Because the pro-Israel billionaires in the Democratic Party's base, or not base, but in the Democratic Party's like corporate billionaire structure, they're not going to give a shit about what I have to say. I'm not going to be able to convince them. But for every Haim Saban, there's like 11 Miriam Adelsons on the Republican Party, so it doesn't even matter. And the Republican Party's base actively is like pushing for Israel to be more violent, more brutal. So that's the other side of the story. This is a really straightforward.
It was Joe.
Oh, yeah, we already watched this. It's a really straightforward but astute reading. Something I noticed with Democratic partisans and media was that they never, ever talked about Biden's absolutely abysmal numbers. It's not even that they didn't reconcile it. They just closed their eyes and plugged their ears. Instead is not like regular mainstream media reporters, I will say. And I'm not just saying that because he's been on the broadcast multiple times at this point and is a firm Hasanabi friend of the show. Okay. You got a nice shout out here. I'm not of the Twitch generation. I probably watch 10 YouTube videos a year, but the only person I know on the left who's prepared to compete with this right-wing dominance on these platforms is Hassan the Hun. Are there others? Taylor says there are others, but they only have tiny audiences, but they have zero funding. The entire right-wing ecosystem is propped up by billionaire donors and right-wing interest groups. There's zero equivalent on the left. I wrote about that here. This is true. That is 100% true. Left-wing media has to be grassroots funded. I'm one of the very few places where I have been able to develop a prominent stature. I've been able to develop a prominent stature in this space, become like not just a big content creator in the political realm, but a big content creator in general. Okay? Like I've never had motivations of just being like a big content creator on the left or just doing news and commentary. My ambition was always to be one of the largest content creators that is doing leftist commentary uncompromisingly. But ultimately, look at the way I operate. I don't take advertisers deliberately, okay, in an effort to maintain editorial control. I am entirely funded by subscribers. Entirely. Nothing else. And now that I don't have a contract from Twitch, I'm not even running ads, which I retain the right to do so in the future if I want to. So subscribe if you would like to no longer see the ads maybe in the future. And for that, like that is not easy to do. And I'm not saying that because like, oh my God, woe is me. My job is the hardest. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that like, it's virtually impossible to do without like billionaire fucking donors, shadow donors, interest groups constantly fucking pumping your shit. Okay? You can't do that. You can't do that on the left. Every leftist mobilization occurs at the grassroots level. Every single one. Okay? And that's part of the fucking problem for a lot of my haters that want to get me deplatformed, for example, right? They come after me, but they can't go after my advertisers. If they try to go after people advertising on this channel, then I'm not advertising. What are you going to do about it, you know? And then you're fucked. So what do? You try to go after the platform. You say the platform is actually anti-Semitic for hosting someone like myself, but that still doesn't change the reality, right? Like most people know right from wrong. They can still recognize it. Maybe you can dupe some people along the way that have motivated reasoning, right? But there is no real left-wing equivalent to a guy that's getting paid, you know, $1 million from the Russian government. Like that doesn't exist. So that is a major problem. And it's not going to happen. Why don't you fund a left-wing online network is something that a lot of people do not understand, okay? This shit needs to be a tight operation. That's it. Because if it's not, then there are too many people that others can go after. There's too many areas of attack. You just don't understand it. I've come from that background. I came from the Young Turks. Look at their situation versus, like, look at where I'm at right now. Okay? There is a network of aligned content creators in this field. I am friends with a lot of them. I hype them up regularly. I push for people to subscribe to them as well. Drop Site News being one that immediately comes to mind for investigative reporting. Back in the day, it was The Intercept. Okay? And then beyond that, you got Chapo Trap House for additional commentary. Majority Report, of course. Okay? You got Michael from Pennsylvania, numerous other content creators on this platform, Frogan, Caroline Kwan, many others. The issue, however, is, you got Blowback with Noah Colwyn and Brendan James. So you have to be infallible on the left, but you can be deplorable on the right. Got it? Yes. Yes, there is that aspect as well. Gremlow, Sean, Carter, Caroline. Exactly. So the point is, I don't think people understand, like, there is a structural hurdle placed upon those who want to speak out against the current order of business. No billionaire is going to voluntarily fund a person to tell others that, you know, being a fucking billionaire is bad and wrong. Yeah. My brother's going crazy right now in the garage. Bro, they literally went after your mod who doesn't even mod for you anymore. Imagine if you had employees. That's what I'm saying. So, like, this 5 million people watched Candace Owens last night. Shit. Candace Owens, like, Patrick Bet David. I think that stuff is like, Like, they are looking at the overall viewership, not the live concurrent viewership. Like, I doubt that it was 5 million live concurrent viewers watching Patrick Bet David. I don't know what the live concurrent viewership of that looked like, but I suspect mine was, let's see. Let's see if I can find the yesterday's numbers. I don't know what the exact number is. Yeah, I got 7.4 million live views. Yeah, 7.5 million. So I actually got more views than fucking Patrick Bet David did. To be fair, my broadcast was probably longer than his. I'm going to write that. The right wing. Wait, they're not talking about concurrent viewers? No, dude, are you kidding me? No, they did not have 5 million concurrent viewers, dude. Yeah, his peak was smaller than mine. His peak was 283K. Dan Bongino was number 1. Steven Crowder was number 2 at 460, but they're on fucking Rumble, and those numbers are bunk. Just so you understand. But look at this. Look at this dynamic. So those guys are on Rumble, so those numbers are not real anyway. But even if those numbers are diminished, right? Even if they're not super botted, look at the space. Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, me, Patrick Bet David, Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, Asmongold, Charlie Kirk, hashtag Tucker Carlson, Timcast. I wonder if there's one guy that's different than everybody else on this list. Will the Democrats notice? Will the Democratic Party notice? That's the issue. No shot Crowder had more views than me. I literally haven't heard his name said in months. Yeah, no. Is it logical for you to make a second podcast solo and get bigger and bigger guests and sprinkle in some left-wing ideas into the convos like an anti-Joe Rogan podcast? No, I do that already in here. The issue is the fucking party does not want to even acknowledge the base. Okay? One thing that I used to say back in the day, was I duked it out with, what is this? I duked it out with Charlie Kirk. Okay, this makes E's dumbass argument that you get no pushback or opposing voices look incredibly foolish and myopically focused on Twitch. Yeah. it's not even myopically focused on Twitch. It's myopically focused on just me, which is kind of sad. But here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Back in the day when I was at the Young Turks, I went on Politicon, okay? His YouTube stream at 2 million, much closer to the real number. Yeah, over the course of 10 hours, he accrued 2 million views. That's a fraction of what I got. Out of all of these guys, I'm telling you right now, out of all these dudes, the Rumble numbers are botted as fuck, so it doesn't really matter. I probably had the highest live concurrent view count, like real live concurrent view count. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Back in the day when I debated Charlie Kirk when I was at Politicon many, many years ago, we were both, I guess, up-and-comers in our individual political lanes, right? The difference is Charlie Kirk immediately got recognition from Fox News and got direct insight into the campaign. Charlie Kirk was uplifted through the ranks and the Republican Party's machine. And so did Bam Bongino. He came from fucking Fox News. He went to the NRA media outlet. Steven Crowder, in a similar fashion, had worked with the Blaze, right? Patrick Bet-David, also right wing. Charlie Kirk, also an operative. So, like, my point is that the Democratic Party does not hug and elevate and uplift their independent voices. Part of the difference also is because the Democratic Party does not care about these voices. The Democratic Party actively pushes away their voices. I said this yesterday, and I will repeat it. More than 42 million viewers tuned in to watch 2024 presidential election coverage, down 25% from 2020. And part of that reason is because of people like myself and people like Steven Crowder and Dan Bongino and others. Okay? That's because most people want to get their news from someone like myself or someone like Charlie Kirk. That's just the unfortunate reality. And I think the media has still not caught up to this reality. Okay? That's number one. And number two, this is why I said that the media predicts a massive fucking ratings bump that they're going to get from the Trump administration. That's why they're fucking salivating right now. And I think they're wrong. I don't think they're going to get that Trump bump in the same way that they did. They might get somewhat of a bump, but they're not going to get the same level of viewership bump that they did in the Trump administration the first time around. And part of that is because Trump was president already. There's not going to be the same level of enthusiasm to like attack him, to do the resistance stuff. But beyond that, the space, the media environment, I'd rather watch Mr. Bonarelli. Okay, go watch him then, dumbass. But the media environment, he's like, my man really came in here and was like, I like your commentary, but I really want someone who is white that advocates to say the N-word as a white guy. See, what's missing from your commentary is consistently appealing to 4chan freaks and losers online and constantly advocating to say the N-word as a white guy. That's what's really missing from your sauce. That's the secret special recipe. Anyway, so who has the clip of him openly admitting to platforming Fuentes? Yeah, that too. So I don't, like I said, I don't foresee there being this massive ratings bump that CNN and all these other people are like salivating over. Okay. And one of the reasons why I don't see that coming for them is because the media landscape, the media environment has dramatically changed. And what I mean by that is there are far too many outlets that are successful outside in independent media. It's not 2016. There are so many more content creators online. There's so many more ways of access There's so many more ways of watching different types, different varieties of commentary. So I think that the media landscape is very different, dramatically different. So, you know, you are not an independent voice that the Dem Party wants to associate it with. You are too liberal, and above all, nothing can risk too liberal. This is why I feel so doomed. There's no real true liberal party to represent. No, I'm not too liberal. I'm outside of the scope of the Democratic Party's interest because I'm too critical of the Democratic Party. Because the Democratic Party does not want to listen to the demands of their base. You can say I'm too progressive, maybe, but the point is, the Republican Party fears their base. The Democratic Party runs away from their base. Okay? There is always a group of people that are like, I'm begging, please just like defend marginalized people. And the Democratic Party is like, shut the fuck up. Just go out and vote for me. Suck my dick. Right? Whereas the Republican Party actively courts the most radical elements of its own base. Now, if you're a fucking centrist and you just look at it and go, well, both sides are too extreme. Why are you demanding that the Democrats become extreme? It's like, yeah, my extreme position is I want Medicare for all. The Republican Party's extreme position that is now being broadly reflected by Donald Trump is mass deportation. My extreme position is offering pathways to citizenship for people that have lived on U.S. soil, a proposition that is not only not radical, but is objectively more popular than mass deportation every single time it's polled. And yet, people do not have the capacity to look at this and go, maybe that guy's positions aren't radical at all. They only just see the Democratic Party not contending or ever acknowledging the popularity of certain sentiments. They only see the Democratic Party actively shy away from the Bernie bros. And then fucking 8 years later, they're like, where did the bros go? Well, you pushed them away. You can't push away people who want to vote for you every single fucking cycle and then do the surprise Pikachu face when they fucking go somewhere else. Someone is out there looking to pick up their support, and that someone is the Republican Party. Okay, they don't give a fuck. They'll find something that anyone is interested in and say, I'm going to get you on this issue. Okay? And it's not that Bernie bros are right-wing, even though some are, even though some have become.